What's happening, y'all? Another day, another you, another me. It is Sunday, and Sunday means shoutcast, boutcast, mountcast. It means we're going to be doing the shenanigans today. I hopefully get some games in as well, but today I have a plan of action. We're going to be making sure the recorded game doesn't out of sync. That's the plan of action that we're going with. I got my trusty bottle of water here with me. I'm gonna make sure you're always hydrated. That's the most important. So our first game today, I'm not gonna be dilly dallying on this opening here. We're 6 minutes into this stream. Well, technically 1 minute into this stream. I normally do like a 5-minute little countdown so that when I start, there's no ads playing. But we're going to jump straight into our first game of the day before we start exploring for other Gimmity games. But this looks like a very, very fun one. Novel, konnichiwa, konbanwa. It's definitely more like a konbanwa type of day. All right, let me get this all sorted and let's watch this video game played by these two legends of the shenanigans. Let's go. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boit, and I'm back with some more Age Mythology retold action, Heavenly Spear, time, and all the good stuff that comes with that. In the top of the map, spawning as the blue Skirmishes player here, and his Matador. His opponent today, one of the Italian stallions himself. It's not Matria's, but it's his... It's going to be his cousin or something at this point. His name is Zucolo, and he's going to be playing some Poseidon here. So we have the two horse gods. Going to be horsing around a little bit in this one. So that's pretty exciting. I'm a big fan of how this all goes and all the good stuff that comes from the old Poseidon Wars, Poseidon versus Skirmishes is a matchup I haven't really haven't really been able to see just yet. Now, well, I've seen it once. I saw it once where Recon got ravaged early game and then somehow managed to bring it back. But, you know, it's been a couple more weeks and players are starting to, you know, get the hang of things. So we'll see what's going to happen here as Matador. I mean, he's got so many different things he can go for, but because of how good his mechanics are, he can sort of play any strategy. So... we'll see what way he wants to go here. But the big advantage that Skirmishes has here is that Sashimono Bannerman. And you can just drop that stable down early. And you can drop the new moon down. And you can have a huge amount of cav out super quickly with... not only with medium, but also Sashimono... with the sash. Also with the sash. And you can start absolutely dominating the early game versus the Poseidon player. And then on top of that, you've also got healing. Now, obviously, the Poseidon player also has some healing with their cav, but you can get so much value out of using your Mikos to get that healing up. For those of you who don't really understand why these gods are both horse gods, well, Poseidon gets extra speed on his cav, and Skirmishes gets extra damage on his cav. So they both like the cav. Also, the cav bonuses, the cav upgrades, the mythic cav upgrades, the god parts are all in here for Skirmishes and all in here for also Zucolo. So yeah, we'll see what's going to happen here. He is getting that Sacred Custodians nice and early. One thing that I definitely struggle with the Japanese is getting relics. I'm so greedy on the favor that I don't want to take my Miko off the shrine at all. Let alone, like, not even to build the temple. Personally, I'm like, I don't want to build the temple with my Miko. I know it gives me back something like 40-ish resources. You get about 40-ish resources extra for building the temple with the Miko, but I'm like, give me that favor. The favor I just valued. I value so much. But nonetheless... Inari Warcom, you're going to be coming through very, very late here from Matador. This is, and his villagers are super exposed over here. He's dropping a house onto this side, going to try and defend this all up. But Zucolo, he's going to be moving across the map super early. He's got himself the Atalanta out. He's got himself the Centaur out. Now, the one saving grace here for Matador is that he's able to hunt underneath his town center. But the Centaur coming through here, the Miko is saying, excuse you, you aren't allowed to be in these lands. I will force you out. And he does manage to prevent that first little bit of damage from coming through, as now Matador coming in with his own Miko. I'm going to try and do some garrison shenanigans. You can't really stop the Atalanta from getting that damage in, as the villagers will need to pop back here. What relic is he holding on to? 9 cauldrons? Yeah, that's going to be boosting up those Onmyoji and the Oyumi as well. And we do see the stable coming down for Matador. And the thing is, with this this late advance, this slow advance from Matador, it's not going to really hurt him so long as he doesn't take too much damage here, because he's going to be able to just drop New Moon down and just get a huge amount of cav out immediately here. He can just go Shift Q, there you go, and he can drop the New Moon down if he wants to. But it looks like he's trying to hold off on it for some reason, as the Juragumo does end up getting sniped. The Miko going to be going down as well. So far, no significant losses. Losing a Miko is not ideal, but he is going to be getting himself up the Wisdom of the 9 tech, as well as he drops down his God Power to say, please get out of here. At least manages to snipe the Centaur, but this was not the best placed Swampland in the world. Does not really get any kills. I think he might have got one kill there, as he manages to take out the other Hippias. And Zucolo's attack is now over. Villager differential stands at 1, which is about equal, right? And the game continues along. It's 1.5 or something, right? The game continues along, and it looks to me like Zucolo is going to be attempting to grab a town center here. He's got the wood in this bank, has a little bit of issues to get that town center down. He's going to be pulling back for the time being. We will be seeing the Lord of Horses technology coming through as well, as Matador searching around for a little something. And the villagers make their way over to the town center, as we also see Matador doing the same thing. Now, he's managed to get through this early game without needing to use his New Moon, which is really, really big. But basically what it means is, if he can get enough damage done with these cavalry, he will slowly be getting his Bushido out, right? Like, can I see him just get a little bit of damage? Yeah. He gets a little bit of Bushido. So if he just keeps getting damage done, one Vil pick there is huge, and doesn't lose anything, then all of a sudden, when he hits the Heroic Age, then he can drop that New Moon down on the stable, and he can get himself not just the Sashimono Bannerman, but also that Gale's Wind technology to boost up the cavalry even more if he wants to go for that god. He could go for the Hachiman as well, which might be the better shout. But it looks like he's actually playing something completely different, as he is manually upgrading the Sashimono Bannerman. I guess another idea would be to drop the New Moon down onto the armory when you hit the Heroic Age. You get yourself full bronze, pay for that. You get yourself full copper, pay for the full copper, and then you drop the New Moon down onto full bronze, and then you're going to maybe go Mythic Age and get yourself the full iron as well, as another sort of idea. As a town center now going to be coming through for Matador, as he says, I've got the ability here to pressure, but I don't have the ability to kill you, so I'm going to keep the pressure alive a little bit while going for raids, as those Hippias are coming through. But I also have to get the town center to keep my villagers my villager numbers from falling too far behind. Rapple, thank you so much for the raid, my dude. I hope your stream went well and you dominated everyone. There's the villagers from Zucolo pulling back in the town center. A little bit more damage coming in, as Matador is literally just circling around Zucolo's base. He's not able to keep up with these guys. The Poseidon did take a bit of a hit to the speed. Instead of them being at 5.9 speed in the Classical Age, they're now 5.7 speed in the Classical Age. They do go back up to 5.9 speed in the Mythic Age, though, which is all well and good. But it was a pretty hefty nerf, to be honest. Simon was having a lot of success at lower levels, and I think a lot of that was due to the Hippias being really strong for one, just in terms of it's a really big unit, it's really, really good, and also the speed for two. So you have to do something. You have to take something off of it to slow it down a little bit, but a little bit of a fight coming in. Losing some units, not ideal here. You should be pulling these back and getting them healed up as the medium stables, soldiers, medium cavalry, stable soldiers, that's just weird. Medium cavalry coming through here for Matador. Oh, they were 5.8 before? Okay. They were 5.8 and they went, were they 5.8? Really? I thought they were 5.9. Were they like 5.85 or something? Man, I'm not, I don't understand it. I don't know anything. Anyways. Maybe it was just a little light love tap onto the Hippias. So they just got a little light love tap. They're still OP. Okay, never mind. I can't follow this. I can't follow. I read the patch changes. I don't study them. Okay, Miko jumping into the town center. Zuko getting huge value here, even though he is behind on upgrades. Taking units down left, right, and center. He does have the healing ability there for his Cav, but they're all low HP. It's going to take quite a while for them to actually come back up to like reasonable amounts here. So Zuko here going to want to take his foot off the accelerator a little bit, get his units back up to full HP, but he's done some really good damage back onto Matador. Matador has done some good damage onto Zuko as well. But the game continues along here, and both players are relatively equal here. There's a 2 villager differential. That's not enough to really change anything. The big difference here is that Matador has got no military units out, and it looks like he's trying to get to the heroic age. As the Naginata Riders, a little bit out of position here, trying to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. But the Cav for Zucolo now have Spirited Charge, so without those Kitsune, those foxes, he's gonna get shut down here. So he's got to be a little bit more careful. He's got to run around with those, or he needs to get his upgrade in the heroic age. As he's actually now starting to build some samurai, which is a little bit odd considering there's not a single infantry unit coming through here from Zucolo. I would have thought maybe getting some Yati Spearmen out would have made a lot more sense here. Now let's have a little look. Do these Cav spot the shrine? Answer, yes, they do. I mean, you also see the cherry tree, so that gives it away as well. As the Cav gonna swing around here, they see value. At the very least, it's a shrine, if not also the Miko. And there's just not going to be that many units over here to defend. A couple more Naginata Riders on the way here as the Miko gonna drop out. Tries to pull back, but she is incredibly fragile. 1 HP in a dream here. Trying to heal up those Cav. Not the best fight here for Matador, but he has to take it seems. And those Hippias just doing way too much work. As Zucolo can pull back now, kill off the shrine. We did see that at least the Miko was able to stay alive here. 1 HP and 1 HP in a dream, you know. She's going to be sitting there like, man, she seems incredibly healthy for a 1 HP Miko there. She's like dancing around with the little healing. Yet, if you look at her, she's got 1 arm left, half a leg, double black eyes. It's brutal. It's brutal. It's not good. It's not good at all. It's now the Hippias for Zucolo, looking to find some sort of an entrance over here. It is open, which is a bit surprising. 1 wall here would have been really nice from Matador, but he immediately reacts into the tower. All the villagers pulling back beautifully here as the Naginata Riders coming back. I did also miss that the heroic ages come through here for Zucolo. As couple of villages do actually end up falling onto this spot. The tower going to get taken down as well, as those Naginata riders taking way too long to get back here. A couple more villages do end up falling. And Zucolo at this point, he could just choose to run. He's got the speed advantage, and he's going to have to wait for himself to get that Thracian horses. Now, heavy plus Thracian horses Hippias should beat the Sashimono Bannerman Naginata riders. Obviously, right now they are only at they're only at medium, so that's a big thing. But still, I think heavy Sashimono Bannerman Cav lose to the Spirited Charge Thracian horses heavy Hippias. But also on top of that, you can just mix in a couple of Prodromus to give yourself even more of an advantage, which is totally fine, as we do see a fortress in the center of the map. You can secure a little bit of hunt and a gold mine. So far, so good for Zucolo, as we are indeed seeing Hachiman for Matador. So he doesn't want to stay on cavalry. It looks like he might want to go over onto some more archers or something like that. Now, the upgrade here, Golden Kite, does actually affect your horse archers as well. So you can stick in with cavalry and still be okay, but it's not the mainline cavalry. You're still getting benefits out of all your upgrades. But nonetheless, you could also go in for some Tengu here. I'm going to keep on hyping up the Tengu until I die. As Bronze gets dropped down, trying to take out as many villages as he possibly can here. But is this even a good fight? The Samurai coming through. They're going to start tanking up to allow those Naginata riders in there. Villagers also getting involved here. The villager differential is starting to look very, very average indeed, as the Daimyo are now in. Where is my Daimyo boy? He's hanging out over here, chasing down a random Prodromus. As those cav units pulling back, out of the way, and all the other good stuff. But, I mean, was that worth it? He lost a lot of cav for it. Military-wise, he's down 1,500 resources, but he's in front by so many villages that you have to believe that it was the right call. 5 military academies now coming down. He's just got to get the resources spent, sit underneath the fortress, play defense for the next minute or two, get himself units out, get him into a nice spot. Does not need to be taking fights here, though Matador says, I'm going to run there, even though he probably should be looking to engage. Yeah, he won. Like, Matador won the fight, but he had more stuff there. That's the thing. The villagers were fighting. That he had more cav, so it wasn't going to be a fight that he could win. But the fact of the matter is, lots and lots of dead villagers was the aim there for Zucolo. Is he now going to be starting to make hoplites and some Hypaspist? I'm a little surprised to see the infantry transition, though. But really, there's only a handful of samurai, so it does actually make some sense. But he does also have to worry about those horse archers. Now, Prodromus Hippias obviously will beat this composition to some degree, but the micro is really important. The micro is very, very important. Now, Zucolo looking to actually drop another town center here, it looks like. Now, as the map is Megalopolis, it's got that 4 town center sort of to 3 town center situation. We are going to be seeing full bronze coming in here, and Matador is going to be hitting a huge timing right now. This is probably the most important time in the game for a Tsukiyomi player, is whenever you hit your full bronze or hit your full iron with New Moon, if you're playing this way, because you're going mass army and you just need a fight. Because if you don't, then your opponent is just going to be able to slowly get their upgrades, and then you're going to lose that advantage. And they've still got their own, so they've already had their advantage through their own god power and things like that early on. As Zucolo pulling back over onto this spot. He's still got ceasefire. It's probably not a terrible idea to just drop that, get the town center up, give him the extra 30 seconds to build some more units. He does turn around. Hoplites now have got heavy. Ceasefire there does go down. So he will get his town center up. He is struggling a little bit for food. Lots and lots of gold in the bank. And the response here from Matador is a very interesting one. He says, okay, let's go No, he's still spamming units, and he is getting bow saw. So maybe this is just... Well, I'll just pre-cure because I want to go there anyways. I thought maybe he was going to rush out Okuninushi to get that next wave in, that new moon in, and full iron, and then push. But it looks like he's going to just attempt to make that happen here. Zukalo, he's got the resources. He's got the position. He just needs to pull back and wait. He literally just needs to wait, but he's going for the fight right now. The Shogun slowly ticking up damage. He should be on 2 samurai spawns. He can get an extra one in soon. Good control from Matador to pull back as those horse archers now will start their own shoot and scoot micro. Matador staying at full population here in a really, really good spot. Zukalo just not able to get himself up to the population military resource cost. The military that he needs to actually defend here. He's got himself the fortress. He's got himself the town center. Hoplites charging around onto this side. They actually need to be over here on those daimyo. But they're going after the horse archers. They will be able to pick off 1 or 2 of them, but they're losing every single one of them there as an Oyumi is now in for Matador. We are seeing some Peltas coming through. Peltas are a great answer for Yumi Horse Archer. They've got the range. They've got the damage. And is it going to be Hoplite Peltas here from Zukalo? It looks like it will be. He's still trying to get himself out an army, but his army is still looking incredibly soft here. But he does get a couple of nice pot shots in with those Peltas. Whole bunch of militia to come through and help out is really, really big as well. And now it's full pop versus full pop. It is a Greek army, so it's very strong. But on the other side, we do have Okuninushi now queued up, and it's coming through. And it's going to be in fast because, you know, Tsukiyomi, only 90 seconds to get to that mythic age. But on the other side, we have a pretty quick Artemis coming through here. And, I mean, I'm kind of surprised to see the Artemis, considering, take a look at the armory upgrades. They're kind of non-existent. I mean, I love Artemis as much as the next person. Artemis is so good because it makes sure Peltas to actually get damage done where they otherwise wouldn't really get damage done. But I think plenty in this specific situation is probably the better call. Get to full population, get to your full armory, so you're not falling too far behind that Okuninushi timing. Because this is going to be full iron versus basically full copper for Zukalo. Now, Zukalo could just start upgrading stuff as well, but he probably wants to go full champion first and then start looking at his other upgrades. But he's holding on nicely thus far with his Hoplite Peltas composition. See a 3rd town center up now for Matador. He does have a big villager advantage here. Earthquake as well can be used to take out those Oyumi and maybe also some buildings nearby. So no worries there as the Okuninushi comes in. Shrine does get dropped down and straight onto the armory there comes that new moon as it's going to be full iron plus burning pitch as well. We also see the mechanical artisans coming through. This tech is without a doubt one of the strongest siege techs in the game because this unit here is doing piercing damage. Makes it very, very tough to break through. And then you also add on top of this, it's going to be an extra 50% damage. And yeah, that is a spicy boy. An absolutely spicy boy. Like, look, 12.5 pierce damage per second. Might not seem like a lot, but if it hits 2 units, the damage is just doubled, right? If it hits 3 units, it's tripled. And look, and the units like to run in a straight line as well. They really like to run in a straight line. You can go into like spread formation or whatever. Don't attack move until the last minute. Those types of micro tricks. As another Swampland here from that Okuninushi Shrine Sacred Gate there does come through. As the Peltas tearing through that back line nicely. The population differential is heavily favoring Matador. Like I said, he's just not going to be losing units because he's got so many upgrades over Zukalo. And this is, I mean, you can say what you want about New Moon, but there was an option here for Zukula. He'd probably be full iron here if he went for the Plenty Vault. If he went for Feistas. However, the other option here is he can go into a whole bunch of Chimera, which could be scary. Yes, there is going to be a Daimyo, a Shogun coming. So we'll have to deal with that. But still, not the worst of ideas to get some of those out at some point as we do see an Earthquake into the main base. Can you kill this? Ooh. It's got 1440 HP. I can't attack it. The Plenty Vault doesn't have HP. Maybe I can Earthquake to kill it. Not that it really matters, but still, it takes no damage. Are you sure? Why does it have HP then? It says it's invulnerable. It says that it's invulnerable. But I've been shaken by certain, the way certain things work. Nonetheless, over here, a little cheeky castle is up as the Polyphemus is going to come over here, trying to deal with this Omuraki here. I love these Omuraki. They're my favorite myth unit, but he throws it away there, unfortunately. There's the Shogun coming through. Uses it on an almost dead Daimyo, though. Does not heal back up. It is very similar to the Son of Osiris in that regard. There's the Theseus and the Polyphemus coming in. Bit of a whack here. The castle will end up falling. That gold mine will go over to Zukalo. But Matador, he's just too far in front right now. What else can Zukalo do? He needs to get full iron. He needs to get an army out. And he needs to, like, yeah, he needs to push back, and somehow now he has to win 4 to 3 town centers, which it could be possible. I don't know. He does have that poison damage, right? Yes, he's got himself the archers that are doing poison damage. So at the very least, his Peltasts aren't absolutely useless. But as soon as that army comes through, the Yumi Horsa archers are on the micro retreat, sniping everything here. That will be a dead Polyphemus as well. And then what? What else can you do? We are going to be seeing that Divine Prefecture coming through. This upgrade is kind of bonkers, but it's more of a like fast mythic type upgrade than anything else. It affects all your buildings, so everything trains 60% faster, which is a lot. So we were doing the math on it in the Discord earlier today. On a town center, your villagers will train in 11.25 seconds, down from 18 seconds with that upgrade. So if you can get to the mythic age before you've got, I don't know, if you've got like 50 villagers, then all of a sudden the rest of your villagers are just going to start chunking out. And it looks like as I'm busy hyping up the Divine Prefecture, Zukalo is busy hitting the resign button, and Matador takes the game in a very close game here. Very close fashion in this one. Matador almost finding himself in a very tough spot. I think Zukalo had this game. There were two main decisions, I think, that would have really changed things. So following the bronze on this, which I loved, I think this damage was huge and it gave him a big advantage. He needed to realize that he didn't kill that many units there. Can be difficult to realize this in the moment. You didn't kill that many military units, you killed a lot of villagers, which means delay. That's your main goal. You want to delay for 2-3 minutes without taking any damage and spending all your resources, and then you're going to be back into an advantageous position. And then the other sort of thing that would have really helped is either get those armory upgrades in, or like first, or go Hephaestus and get them in with the Plenty Vault and the Forge of Olympus and multiple armories up, and then you can at least have iron when you're fighting. And things might have been a little bit different here, but a well-played game by Matador and a nice try from Zukalo. If you guys enjoyed this game, please consider the follow on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you guys in the next game. Alrighty. Team games are tough, man. All right. Don't understand why Matador refused to build some spearmen. Yeah, I don't know. Like, considering you don't have to upgrade them, I don't see any point. How we RTS enjoyers going to handle the arthritis? Well, you just watch the young whippersnappers playing. That's how you enjoy it. It's like, how do the old heads who retire from basketball enjoy basketball? They just watch the NBA. That's what'll happen. Let's see if we can't not find ourselves another thing. Let's find another game to cast Rooney. Unless there's one going on at the moment, is there? Not really. All right. We could watch a Rappel versus Kavoth game. Would that sort of tickle your guys' fancy? A Rappelian versus a Kavothian game? Is this the only one they played today? Search opponent. Kavoth. Filter. Oh, they played one 20 days ago, I see. And they played one today. These guys don't get to play each other very often. Where are Chemo, Cluminati? Cluminati's around. I don't know what Chemo's doing. Chemo's, I haven't seen him. He just kind of stopped playing, unfortunately. Hopefully he's okay. I definitely reached out to him. I offered him a spot in Champions League, but he didn't respond, so we had to go to the next person. Alrighty, let's see. Let's hope this game doesn't go out of sync. I haven't checked it, but we'll watch it anyways. Alrighty, we got another game, another you, another me, and this time we've got two of the best right now playing in the right-hand corner of the map. We've got the Rappel playing as Odin, and it is Captain Kavoth in the top of the map with the triple H's. Kavoth. Or is it Kavoth? Kavoth? I don't know. Oh, they're both lagging hard. Okay. Well, we'll cancel out. If it wasn't worth watching. If it wasn't worth watching, we will cancel. We will cancel out. We'll find something else to watch. Let's have a little look-see. Give me a hot second. I mean, this one could be good. We did just watch a Tsukiyomi game. Do you guys want to watch another one? We could watch Haggard vs. Izamata, but I think this game looks better. And I don't think you guys have seen it. Because it was played less than an hour ago. Or maybe less than 2 hours ago. Though it might go out of sync. But if it does go out of sync, then I'm just gonna start sending recorded games over to the crew. Maybe I'll just check. I'm just going to check, guys. Let's go over to this screen. Let's click this button, and I'll just quickly zoom through this game and see if it out of syncs or not. How's everyone going? Let's have a chat while I'm waiting for this game to go through. What's been happening? What are you... All right. I don't know if you guys relate to this at all. So I'm a musician, and I was playing a gig last night where I got up for a handful of songs on the evening. I basically didn't really understand the space, the sound in the space very well. And I sat down and we were playing a song. Very, very simple song. Super simple. And I know the song. I played it a million times. But we changed the arrangement slightly. And before the show, we said, okay, we're going to open this section up and we're going to play, for the solos, we're going to play in the key of A flat. And then when the vocals comes back in, we will, or after the solos, we'll go up to A. And so I was like, okay, cool. So the solo happened, and then in jazz, you can sort of change things up a little bit. The band leader looked at me to play a solo, and I was looking at the bass player, who was a dep at the time, doesn't play with the band very often, but very, very, very good player. I respect him a lot. And I was looking at him and I was listening, and I heard him play the key change. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys relate to this at all, but so I heard the key change. So I thought, okay, I better go to A major, which is the next key, and solo in A major, and that'll be fine. But then while it was going on, I'm like, oh, hang on. Did he key change? And I start double questioning myself. I don't know if he did or not. And I just sit there and I'm like, I'm playing in this key and like, it sounds a bit funky, but it's kind of working a little bit. And then I'm like, ooh, no, maybe his didn't key change. So I just go hands off the piano, and then I'm just going to bash A flat so that he knows what's going on for me. And then we finish the solo in A flat, and I get out of it fine. But I was like, anyways, that's my story. My ears decided to leave me alone. That's my story. I don't know if that's much of a good story, but that was my panic attack yesterday. Make an AOM analogy. I'm playing a video game, and I think that something's going to happen. Or, okay, all right, maybe the AOM analogy is the AOM analogy, I think, is you're playing a team game and you say, we're gonna do this strat and we're all gonna converge on this one area after we attack over onto this position, right? And then you go over there, you attack on that position, right? And now you go, one player goes, oh, hang on, maybe we should go this way. We should go attack this player. And then the other guy goes, oh, no, but we decided we were going to go this way beforehand. And then they cast Shifting Sands and take half of your army one way, and then the other half goes the other way. Good analogy. Thank you. All right, let's watch this game. It's like when you're playing a TG and Nullra, and he pings the underworld on his base, so you ceasefire, just your other he drops a cool and bursty. I guess so. I guess that's better. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It's time to see the beast that is Egyptian. The top players have spoken. There have not been enough nerfs on Egyptian yet, according to the top players. However, everyone and their mum, some people's mums, they're pretty talented when it comes to Age of Mythology, but everyone and their mum who aren't a pro player say, you know what? Maybe we should lay off the Egyptians for a little bit. They're at 49% win rate. It seems pretty good. Let's ride the wave, you know? And see if it's gonna just be a really nice experience for everyone, you know? But this is top level right now. Mr. Firefox, he is definitely in the top 16 for sure. And Soup, a top 8 player, sometimes on a good day, a top 4 player, is going to be showing us his new and improved Tsukiyomi. As he comes through here and he's going to be throwing all of the shenanigans at his opponents. Take a little look-see over here at the relics. We've got ourselves the Black Lotus here, which is going to be boosting up the farms. Over onto this side, there is also the Bow of Artemis, which will be making ranged soldiers, ballista, and myth units a little bit cheaper. Up onto the top side of the map, we have Kui Drum, making those heroes a little bit stronger. And finally, the Fetters of Fenrir, making your villagers attack more. So we'll see how things are going to go. I've definitely now had experience in this, and I'm gonna stick to my guns. I was under the impression that it is better to not use the monument to the villages and empower this early on. And it's just not better to do this. It's better to be empowering your food early on and treating it more like a set build order than anything else. And then basically, depending on what strategy you're doing, depends on whether you go onto the monument. If you're going to be going for a classical fight, then you go onto the monument. If you're going to be going for a fast second town center, then you go over onto the mining camp. And this gets you the nice, quick 4-minute advance time with the fast second town center, or the 4-minute advance time into a really, really nice classical fight. And you're not going to miss the houses being empowered through the classical fight or anything like that. So you get all those extra resources from those being empowered up and all the other good stuff. So that's where I'm at the moment. And then also, if you do go to TC, then you're probably going to be able to send your pharaoh over onto the second town center, where the majority of your villages will end up being. And then you can build a monument there, and you can empower the monument there, hit the gold mine, hit the food, hit the wood, etc. Or just jump all onto the food as well, and that can be even better, and leave a priest in your main base to empower up your mining camp, for example, in your main base, or your food in your main base. And then when you hit the heroic age, that's when you drop onto the monument to the soldiers, because then you can hit the food, wood, gold, Migdol stronghold, siege works, etc. That's where we're at the moment in terms of Ra empowerment shenanigans. I could be wrong though. That's my current theory. Hope you guys enjoyed listening to my current theory and all the other stuff that's gonna come from that. As now, Soup, he says, I want to go for a second town center myself. He's got 6 on food. 6 on wood, 6 on gold. He is scouting out the main base of Firefox, trying to see exactly what's coming his way. And it does look like Firefox is going for a classical flight of sorts. It's just a 1 monument though, so I'm a bit confused. Maybe he just feels like Wadgets aren't going to be the best here, but I think if you're going to go like Axeman, Spearman, Slinger, Wadget, there's not really anything your opponent can really build there to take those out easily. Sure, you've got your Ondumusha, but they can't get onto the back line without eating a whole bunch of Axemen. And then you've got your Bushi, but they can't really kill off the Wadgets either, because there's the Slingers there to take those out really quickly. So it'll be a difficult one. So maybe going Monuments and going Wadgets isn't a terrible idea here, and going for a classical fight isn't a terrible idea here for the Ra. But nonetheless, a second town center coming through for Soup very, very quickly. He's feeling like he's got all the defense in the world. He's getting himself out a second Kitsune as well. I mean, you get that one for free as Tsukiyomi, which is nice. So you can run around and start poking down obelisks and stuff like that. Sure, it takes a little while for them to actually kill them off. 5% hack armor, so it's basically true damage. So you're going to be taking something like 10, 11, 12 seconds to actually take out a... let's just call it 15 seconds to take out an obelisk, but super worth. As the Kitsune comes over here, spots the Wadget, roaming around. But we'll just pull back for the time being. Question in the chat is about, how do you counter someone going for a fast second town center? Well, we're going to see an attempt at it here from Firefox. He is not going for a second town center. He looks like he's going for a fast heroic. So this is definitely a valid attempt to try and beat the town center, the second town center. And yeah. So we'll see how it works. We'll see what sort of idea he's going to go for. Maybe he goes for Scarabs. Maybe he's going to go for Pitsukos. He's still only got the one monument, so I don't really know what he's going to be trying here, but he's going up through Sekhmet. He does have Shifting Sands. And he's going to be trying a little something here as the Kitsune just trying to scout. At the moment here, Soup hasn't really built anything. Now, the one kind of cool thing, so to speak, about Tsukiyomi and about Japan is there's a couple of units you want to build against Egyptian. It's the Yari Spearman, which beats off the Camel Rider. It's the Shinobi, which beats the Chariot Archer, and it's the Samurai or the Slinger, and it's the Samurai that beats the Spearman. The only thing you also have to worry about then is going to be Axemen. So if any Axemen come out, then you actually can go into Yumi Archer. So it's a very, very, very simple things to keep in the back of your mind. What sort of units you want to build versus Egyptian. So it's those four based on what your opponent makes. It's also Yari Spearman against those elephants as well. Sashimono Bannermen do not beat Naginata Riders, do not beat Camel Riders, no. You definitely want to get Yari Spearman out. You definitely want to get those out. As we see a whole bunch of stables actually coming through here for Soup. Now, I mean, maybe there's room here for Soup to go into something else. Shifting Sandsing forward here as those red units just barely missed these villagers, dropping this Migdol stronghold down. That could have been... I don't think it would have really mattered, but if he sees it, if he sees this, everything changes in the mind of Soup. Everything changes. As soon as he sees that Migdol, that's when panic starts. But he is pumping out the Cav. And he's staying in the classical age. The Scarab wandering forward, going to try and take out some stables. There are no heroes coming through and no ability to make any heroes at the moment for Soup. So this Scarab is just going to be mad value here. As is this Chariot Archers? He is making Chariot Archers. So Firefox sees mass stables and he says, you know what? I'm going to go against mass stables. I'm going to go for mass Chariot Archers. I don't like this at all. He needs to be on food. He needs to be making Camel Riders. And that's going to be the answer to what's going on. But we do see a whole bunch of guard houses getting dropped down by Soup as well. And this could be a little bit of a mistake for him because he is actually making the right units at the moment. But maybe he wants some Bushi or something to try and deal with the Naginata Rider. This Pharaoh can heal up the Chariot Archer as well, as we do see the Force of the West Wind coming through. 51 seconds until completion. And he gets Catapult and he's going to be able to start sieging this down. As he is going after a couple of villages over on this spot. Soup is sort of known for his wild villager placement. He will go everywhere and anywhere with those villagers on the map, and he just says, if you're going to find me, you're going to find me. We'll deal with it. I'll come kill your units instead. As these Chariot Archers pulling back, 6-speed Naginata Riders can come through and take those out very, very quickly, but they don't manage to quite get there in time. Firefox does manage to pull back. He is now starting to make some camels. He's not taking the villagers off of the wood. I think he's got enough. He can make 3 catapults almost. Now he can make 3 catapults with that wood. I just want to see him just take everything off of wood and put it onto food. Just drop it onto this giraffe here and then spam Camel Riders. We are seeing Yari Spearman from Soup. So that is the correct answer here. So, I mean, you've got Camel Riders that beat the Naginata Riders. You've got Chariot Archers, which beat the Yari Spearman, but both of those units are going to be countering each other, so it does end up being a micro contest as the Chariot Archers manage to snipe a couple of villages. This is huge. Keeps Firefox going in this game, but the catapult gets sniped. The Pharaoh gets surrounded there and dies as the Scarab there dying to the Yari Spearman. They all take damage onto that one as Swampland gets dropped down. The Chariot Archer's pulling back outside of the Kappas, but now he has to shoot and scoot and take out these Naginata Riders, of which I mean, he probably is going to be able to win this fight. He's got plenty of units there. Up onto the top, the Yadi Spearman not going to be able to survive underneath that Migdol's stronghold. But so far, so good for Soup on the defense. He hasn't been able to win just yet, but he's held on as Firefox. I mean, he's down 13 villagers. He's making another catapult, trying to siege the town center down. Up onto the top spot. There are villagers here on that food that I'm sure Firefox would love to be attacking, not able to take out those villagers. Now, a little trick here, if you don't have ballistics and your opponent is retreating away like that, is to attack the third one from the back or the second one from the back, and that'll hit the last one. Because, obviously, the speed of the villager and how it's moving and the fact that the units are missed. Anyways, it's going to hit the last one. So you don't want to attack the last one in the little conga line. You want to attack the third last one or the second last one. As the stables going down, and now we do finally see the villagers moving on to these giraffe. We are still seeing a lot of chariot archers and things coming out, as now that is a lot of bushy here from Soup. Don't ask me why he's decided bushy is the unit of choice here, but he says, that's the unit I want. Let me spam it out. And I think this is just, Soup is just held without taking that much damage here. And Firefox, he's looking for raids up to the top. A couple of chariot archers to hit that, but he's taking damage on this food now. And life is getting very, very tricky for him. AOM does not have damage reduction on missed arrows. Unless I'm wrong on that. I don't think I am. I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
Into you.
As the Naginata Riders coming over here, going to be sniping some chariot archers. And all the other good stuff. As ballistics on the way for Firefox. A little bit on the late side with that upgrade. As it looks like everything here is fizzling out. And Super about to head to the heroic age. Does he have his upgrades in? He's almost got fully upgraded armory there in the classical age, so he can drop his new moon, get himself full bronze immediately. But he is short on gold a little bit here, as the gold mines aren't very good here for Soup at all. Which makes you ask the question, maybe the better play here for Firefox was not to go in for the catapult in this at all and just play a raiding game. And go for some sort of a gold starve. Just look at where the gold mines are. 1, 2, 3. They're so far from Soup's base. Another catapult comes through, but that's going to get cleaned up very, very quickly. I mean, the one big secret about range siege in Age Mythology is a wall is your best friend. If he goes onto this side here, can I do this? Hello. If he comes over here and drops a wall over on this side, right? Like maybe even like that, then he can retreat through the gate when the army comes in, or he can drop like a box or something, right? He can go like this and like this, and then he can start sieging the town center with a lot of safety there, a lot of security. As the chariot archer is moving up to the top side, he's got eyes on these villagers here. I mean, if Firefox can kill off a very hefty amount of villagers, he can bring himself back in this game, but he really does need a lot of damage here. He's going to hit the top side and hit the bottom side at the same time. Now, Soup, not exactly sure he's reacting to both raids, but he's going to lose every one of these villagers here. He does not have himself that survival equipment, but the chariot archers on this bottom side look like they're going to be getting taken out. And the ones at the top here are going to get chased down by the Naginata Riders. If Soup can pick those off, then these villager kills will not matter in the slightest. Personally, I hate... a little bit of a high five. I hate raiding with chariot archers for this specific reason, because they just die so quickly to cav if they get caught out. So you need like camel riders or something to help them out so they don't just get collapsed upon. But now Hachiman is in. More catapult coming through, going to attempt to take out the town center. The Naginata riders are spread out over here. So he has to bring himself all the way back over here. At the moment it is pure chariot archer for Firefox. He does have himself that upgrade, bone bow. So he can be sniping non-stop here if he wants. As the new moon though gets dropped down onto the armory, gets himself up the Shogun, and now Soup says it's time to duel. He does have access to another swampland here if he wants to, and I don't think it would be a terrible idea to just drop it onto this part here. If you just grab this like this, just like drop it right onto the back of those units so they can't keep scooting backwards. But it looks like for the moment Soup doesn't need that. He's so far in front. The town center did end up falling, but I mean, if you the amount of cost there is just through the roof. As the Migdol stronghold going to be getting torn down. It's a 20 villager differential at the moment, and more villagers will be ending up falling in the middle of the map. As where to next for the Soup stuff? Where to next for Firefox? I mean, he's trying to play it out, but he's got a lot of problems. He's running his chariot archers in straight into the bushy, straight into the Yumi archer, and the horse archers there as well. Every single one of these units is getting boosted up by that Hachiman technology as well. They all get like 15% extra damage, which is not a small amount. Like most archer techs give 10% bonus damage. Like if you take a look at the Greek archer techs, every single one of those is 10% from memory. If you look at the slinger tech, you get like some divine damage. It's 0.5 divine. Maybe that's kind of comparable. But is there anything else? The Halo of the Sun tech onto the Arcus is 10%. Well, they boosted Sun Ray to 15, did they? As Okuni Nushi is queued up for Soup. Chariot archers over onto this side, starting to snipe some villagers. They pull back. Town center slowly coming up. The siege works is coming through for Firefox as well. And it's going to be 3 town centers for Soup. A huge amount of eco. He's starting up the deer caravans at the top. And we will see Horace queued up for Firefox, but he's a ways away from it. And the idea is obviously to drop Tornado down on this army and try and just bring himself back into this game by killing off an entire army. We'll see if that's going to be something that he can achieve here. And Soup is just so far in front. I don't really know what else you can do in these spots. Trying to get to the Mythic Age. He's got 0 units out versus, like, not 0. He has 7 chariot archers out versus all these dudes. Soup's setting up his castle, taking full control of the map. He can come in here and grab this town center as well if he wants. Put pressure over here and grab this town center if he wants. With that, Okuni Nushi is going to have full iron as well immediately because of the Torii Gate. There's the Yumi archers coming in here, looking to find a little bit of pressure. We'll see those Yumi archers getting taken out. And now Soup says, give me every building under the sun. Guardhouses, 4 dojos, all the stables. You can start making shinobi as well. These things absolutely punish the chariot archers. But nonetheless, Soup playing very, very patient. Not trying to put any pressure. Just get to his tech. Get to his big, powerful spot. Maybe get some more Yumi out or something. You can go straight into a huge amount of Onmyoji. These guys here, they're so good. I genuinely think they're like, they're so strong. They have to be the first unit you want. We do see a little tornado getting dropped down, but you don't really want a tornado on top of a castle or a garrisonable building, because the units will just dive into it and avoid the majority of the damage. But Orkuninushi is now in. The units over here retreating. Sacred Gate. Wait, did I read that right? This does not recharge Titan Gate or give it... Okay, never mind. And he's going to be getting... Wait, did he drop double New Moon? I don't know what he used it on. Did he use it on the town center? He must have. I think Soup used it on the town center, and now his units are producing so quick because he has that tech, right? Yes, he's got himself Divine Prefecture. It's a huge spend, 100 favor on that one, and then he gets the second charge immediately. So that trick there is to drop New Moon first, then Torii Gate or Sacred Gate, and then drop it on the second place that you want. It's now the Avengers slapping through here. We will be seeing the Shogun coming in. That's going to be a very sad state of affairs there for the Avengers. And that there is going to be the game as Soup takes it. Does not throw this position. He's too strong for that. I mean, Firefox's strategy here, very, very odd. Like, sieging is something you kind of do when you have an advantage on your opponent. Like in terms of like sieging with catapults and things like that, you set up a military advantage and the building, and that way your opponent can never press you, and you can just break their buildings while they're trying to like set up. I think the better play here, if you wanted to go for this fast heroic, was to actually just, I like the positioning of the Migdol. Just forget the siege works for the start of it. Go straight onto Camel Riders and just be looking to lock Soup in his base on these two TCs. And then you can go into Chariot Archers, you go into Axemen and things like that if you need. And you can just wander around. You can just pick villages off here, stop this gold, pick the villages off here, and just be like an absolute menace on the raids. And from there, you're going to be able to find your advantage. The other alternative would have been to stay one town center classical age and go for some more aggressive raids if you want to stay, or aggressive classical fight if you want to stay that classical age. Could have been another sort of idea. But nonetheless, a well-played game by Soup. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure to hit the follow on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button. I will see you guys in the next one. It was a fun game. Alrighty, what are we gonna do now? Let's have a little look-see at who's playing on the ladder at the moment. We have Craig, Hack versus Firefox. We just watched them. Let's see if there's any decent replays that just popped up. We can go back in time a little bit and find something else. Let's have a little look-see. I shall tell what we'll do. We'll do this. I did get sent this game. I am very worried it's going to out of sync. Wait, did it? This could be fun to watch. Hang on, let me just double check it. Let me double check it, and we'll hang out for just a little bit while I double check and see if it'll play through all the way. Do you think the only real use for New Moon is GP before Mythic is on? No. New Moon on the Temple is really good. New Moon on the Stable in the Classical Age is still good. New Moon on Tower, especially Heroic Age Tower for Guard Tower is good. There's so many good options. I'm just gonna I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab a quick snack while I wait to see if this game out of syncs or not. You mean on a dock? Maybe in the Heroic Age. What do I think of Dragon Typhoon? It seems pretty good to me. Alright. Looks like this game worked, and it is bonkers. Alright. Here's the important thing to remember about pick rate. It's all flavor of the month. Like, 95% of it is flavor of the month. I guarantee you, you see the Mister pick the Typhoon one time, and no one will pick the other gods ever. I guarantee you. One time. That's all that's going to happen. I guarantee you. Did I cast those Athenian League games? I didn't cast the... I think I missed the God tier finals, unfortunately. The patch has already come, so... I missed the God tier finals. But I did cast the Mythic tier finals. Yeah, Chrono JJ cast everything, I think, so... Go check out his YouTube or his Twitch VODs. Alrighty. It's another game, another you, another me. This time we're going to be watching an Odin mirror. I don't normally watch all too many Odin mirrors, but considering Odin S tier god, like everybody knows, it's Age of Norseology, we have got some chance of seeing some Odin mirrors in the upcoming Champions League tournament. We got the ace pick featuring, which means if there's two players that really value Odin super highly and don't want to lose that Odin, they can grab it first and foremost. But nonetheless, the players featuring in this game, in the top of the map, we do have a player by the name of Violet here, also known as Jack the Rat, 420 blaze it. Jack the Rat 90. His opponent today in the bottom of the map, playing as Odin as well. It is a man after the title of the biggest brain in Asian mythology, but he's a little bit too crazy to ever really get that because he is insane. And that's what comes out in his strategies, and it is Mini Yeti. The 67th. There has been 66 iterations before this Mini Yeti, and I believe this might be the final model before they put him on the shelf and decide, you know what, we're done with improving on the strategic ideas of this man. But I guarantee you guys, this game is going to pop off. Do you want to know why I know this? Well, recently there's been recorded games sort of going out of sync. So I have to effectively watch the game through on 4x speed to make sure that the game isn't going to out of sync. What this basically means is I don't really watch the game. I literally just watch it then. I don't watch the game. I put it on 4x. But I had a little peek on the minimap. Just go get yourself a snack. Get yourself a cup of coffee. A nice can of Coke Zero. Whatever floats your fancy. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the chaos that is about to ensue in this Norse mirror. Now, a little bit of history here on the Norse mirror. There was a man who he loved Norse more than life itself. He loved it so much that he didn't put on just one tournament devoted to the Norse pantheon, but maybe 3 or 4. Of course, we're talking about the legacy tournament Fimbulwinter from AOL Iron Maiden's catalog. It was 4. There you go, 4 Fimbulwinters. So he really enjoyed the Norse mirror. So this one goes out to him. As we are going to be seeing Heimdall from Mini Yeti. I told you he's crazy. Versus the Freya of Jack the Rat 90. Pepsi Max is you're allowed you could go for a Pepsi Max if you want. I'm not. Please sponsor me. Somebody sponsor me. All right. Ursa charging forward here. As Jack is looking for just a little bit of damage, but realistically here you charge in underneath the town center. You're not really going to be able to do a whole lot sitting right outside that town center for the time being. As the Valkyries coming through, the villagers will have to pull back. And Mini Yeti for the time being, he doesn't really need to be gathering wood. He can just jump onto the food. He's coming down to the bottom side here as now the dwarves taking a little bit of damage. But so far, so good for the defense for Mini Yeti. Hasn't lost a dwarf just yet, but he's about to. One more smack and it's down. He loses the dwarf down to the bottom side. The villagers do manage to pull back. So damage taken. And Mini Yeti here will attempt to defend. He has the Iron Hurry to boost up his units here. He's chasing back. Villagers back to work, but that was pretty brutal. There's now a longhouse coming down. He's also got watchtowers queued up. He wants to drop the watchtowers as soon as possible. Alrighty. So, wait, how will we... Did he lose a villager somehow? Did I miss that? I was going to say, how are we equal on villagers? But it looks like Jack is just randomly behind a little bit on the production. I don't know, he had some production problems. He's like a couple of... Maybe build a second Berserk? Okay, probably build a second Berserk. Okay. So I'm reading that, Mr. Satfat. That phrase is Ken Chika Tanto. Ken Chi Ka Tanto. Alright, let's get it right. Gotta spell it correctly. Tan, T-A-N, Tanto. T-O. Ken chika tanto. With a chi. All right. And it means quite literally, I'm in charge of construction. We're in the Japanese world right now. Even though we've got the Norse going at it. All right, speaking of this, while we've got a little bit of downtime, how cool would it be? Hear me out on this. A campaign devoted to one of the random heroes in the Fall of the Trine campaign, setting voyage and traveling around the world to visit China, Japan, Atlantis, Greece, Egypt, and Norse. Like some random... Yeah, Ajax sounds good. Like, that would be perfectly fine and reasonable. Send Ajax. Chadjax. I'm in. The Chiron prequel? Yeah, we could go with Chiron. I prefer Ajax because Chadjax, but... That would be... And it would have to be like 30 plus missions long as well, right? 30 plus missions. Nonetheless, a little bit of a raid coming in. As Mini Yeti trying to pull back. He does actually only loses one villager. But Jack doesn't lose anything. Snipes a unit there and gets out as well. Nope. That Valkyrie going down is big damage. Big problems. Over onto this side. A couple of raiding cavalry trying to get something to happen, but losing one on that side as well. What about Zagreus? I don't know who that is. We need real heroes. Ajax, Amanra, Reganleaf. No, not Reganleaf. Setna. Who else is there? I don't know. Volstagg. Exactly. Volstagg's love story. Man, there's so many good ideas. It's from the Hades game. I haven't played that game. My brother played it. I didn't play it. I'm sorry. Why not Reganleaf? Well, she's just a little bit too divine. She's kind of like Arcantos in her divinity, right? Oh, throw an axe. We're going to go down. Will he get the Raven, though? One more shot. No, he doesn't get the Raven. All right. Mini Yeti, he is in a lot of trouble here. He's playing very defensively. We will be seeing a town center coming up here from Jack. And Mini Yeti can very simply just grab this town center himself. Did he notice it? No, he doesn't see it. I mean, he sees the units there, so he's probably got some inkling this town center's coming up for him. But the big thing here for Mini Yeti is, while he is behind, he can grab himself this Riggs Tulatek. And he does drop down the Great Hunt, but he still has enough favor here. He can grab the Riggs Tulatek, and with 2 town centers versus 2 town centers, he will be able to catch up on that villager differential pretty quickly. But he does need to actually research it. As the wall's coming through here for Mini Yeti. Raiding cavalry, swinging around onto this side, but almost fully walled. Does he have the upgrade? He does have himself his upgrade. Towers here going to be getting some pretty juicy damage. He's got crenellations in as well, so as long as he's target firing the raiding cavalry instead of the Valkyrie, he will be enjoying that. But as the walls are now completed, in a good spot, and we do see Rixtula coming through. So there's going to be a little bit of a catch-up game coming for Mini Yeti. But the problem is, so to speak, it's not a big problem, but the problem is that Mini Yeti, when going through Heimdall, doesn't get any boosts to his military. He does get boosts to his towers, and I love that he's building towers against Cav, because that's the only boost you get from Freya, right? So, while the towers don't necessarily counter cavalry, they do counter cavalry raids. So, I like this play from Mini Yeti. Super smart, playing around the mass cavalry spam. What do you do as an answer to this as the other Odin is playing on the other side? Generally speaking, if your opponent's going to spam towers, just get yourself a 3rd town center and call it a day. But that does open up the opportunity for Mini Yeti to grab his own cheaper town center as well. As the Herdman coming through, trying to hold on to this position here. They're trying to heal up that raiding cavalry. Can he? You got to dodge the arrows. He's doing the jukes. He's juking. He's got the dancing shoes on, but we screwed it up. And, oh, is he going to go down? Oh, he does go down. So, so his Accreditations does have ballistics attached to it for just the buildings, which means that they will track where the cavalry is moving. So if it continues in that path, it will hit the unit, but you can sort of juke back Age of Empires to micro style there and make that happen. But town center, third town center up now for Jack. Is this spotted by Mini Yeti? Answer, no. In fact, also, Jack making another very, very smart decision here. He says, I'll grab the town center. I'm not going to build any more units. You've just spent all these resources on units that can't move. Towers. These are units that can't move. They cost 0 population and they can't move. They are units. Don't call them buildings. They are units. So he says, all right, well, if you can't use those to attack me, I'll just go heroic age. I'll start teching. So he gets his town center, he starts teching. This gives a huge opportunity for Mini Yeti to get out onto the map and make something happen. He's going to be dropping himself a market here. He can sell some wood, maybe some food, and start getting to the next age. He's looking to come up here and grab his town center. The fact of the matter is this is Scardy and not Njord. So while he does have Frost available and he can potentially push through here with some Siege, he won't be able to utilize the Mountain Giant, Ram sort of combo or whatever. As now Mini Yeti also going to say, all right, I'll go Scardy as well. Now the big important thing here is to ensure that you aren't sitting on top of your villages, because whoever gets the offensive Frost down in the mirror matchup, hitting army and villages ends up coming out with the advantage, because you're going to idle those villages for the 45 seconds and ends up being a decent amount of economic advantage, and your opponent kind of has to just frost you back. Though you might get caught out on that spot if you're going to sit there, so maybe it's not quite that simple. But anyways, upgrades coming through for Jack as Mini Yeti slowly now getting himself plow. He's almost caught up on the villager differential. You also have that Rickstooler speeding up the upgrade as well, so you get yourself a little bit more villager production just inside of the fact that you got a little bit less town center idle time there with the advance time coming through. As Hill Fort coming down on the front, and Mini Yeti is going to go full in onto his building spammage. For those of you playing at home, the Hill Fort with Safeguard only costs 150 gold. 270 wood as well, but only 150 gold. So it's super cheap and very, very spammable. Meanwhile, up onto this side, Jack spamming everything out that he possibly can here, as he's ready to start moving forward. And Mini Yeti is still playing a little bit of defense here, it looks like. There's the Thrown Axeman wandering forward, trying to get through here, and we do see the Frost getting dropped down. A little bit more time for Mini Yeti to sort of get himself set up onto this spot. Charges forward to drop some walls around here, trying to keep these units in here. You do have to remember that Jack also has Frost, so at the end of this Frost, he could just Frost back and run out of the walls if he wants to. Or he could just take the fight if he feels like it's a winning fight. But heavy infantry not in just yet. I'm feeling like even though they started the way they started, I feel like the... Oh no, it's fine. Never mind. Kind of. I feel like my... Do you guys want the blue on the right or the blue on the left? Wait. Should I flip or not flip? Help me out, guys. I'm getting confused. But now Jack says I'm gonna be pulling back. It's okay. Okay, we won't flip. Blue on the left. Okay, we will flip. Nonetheless, it looks like Mini Yeti struggling quite a bit here. They've never asked Twitch chat. They can't decide on anything. They don't even know what they want to have for breakfast. They're very confused, just like me. Okay. Anyways, maybe YouTube chat. What do you guys think? As the Hermes wing sandals coming through, Oh, not coming through. Going to get dropped down there as Mini Eddie is now under attack in his main base. He's facing down Jarls. He's facing down Throwing Axe. But he does have the Herdmen, which are very good versus the Jarls. As we do see a Frost getting dropped down onto these units. A handful of them not ending up getting frosted, but they're going to get absolutely demolished by the Throwing Axemen. As Jack is finding himself in a ridiculously advantageous position. He's killed the town center. He's in front on military. Is he in front on armory? No, he's behind on armory. He's now grabbing it. But this is probably the only piece of advantage which Jack can take here and say, great, I've got something. I've got something going. Sorry, that Mini Eddie can take here and say, I've got something going. He does have access to the Ironhurry, which is a boost of damage, which you can only really get from Heimdall. So this is a big amount of help as he pulls back, and I'm sure he'll just hit that horn here, trying to take the fight, targeting down those back units there as the army sort of gets a little bit confused, but he's going to be continuing to get the damage done. Military numbers look like they're dropping pretty fast here, though, for Jack, as Mini Eddie is somehow holding here, even though down population, down military resource value, but up on the Throwing Axeman numbers, it seems, and that's going to be what carries him through here. As the Hill Fort now coming in for Mini Eddie, and he'll be able to grab this town center and go from there. And the town center come back up. So, I mean, the thing is, losing a town center in this position for Mini Eddie isn't the end of the world. It's cheap to rebuild. He's already up to 100 villages, so it literally just does not matter, with the exception of the lost resources for the town center, right? But also, Jack didn't take a good fight after that, so he's completely fine here. And now he's actually equalized. Both players are going to have the same amount of military numbers. Both players are going to have the same amount of population. Maybe the same amount of armory ups, though Jack's saying I'm going to stick on copper and go up to the mythic age, or at least try to. As we do see some Jarls over onto this side, picking off a couple of villages here. It's never a bad idea to just convert a handful of these to berserks when you're playing as Heimdall either with that Rigsthula, and you're at 100 villages. You can just convert, add those into your army. You can rebuild the villages. Super, super simple. No problems. Meanwhile, Throwing Axeman raids, you don't get to see that very often here. Throwing Axeman versus Throwing Axeman. Do they both have their upgrades? 14 versus 14. I think they both do. Yes, they both have got that Huntress Axe as a straggler longhouse up to the top, spreading units out all over the place. Will Jack... No, he does see it. He sees it. There is a random Throwing Axeman here who could sneak up a building there. As Mini Eddie is pushing back over onto this side. And Jack is going to pull through this position, put his walls back up, and continue to figure things out. Meanwhile, portable rams and things like that for Jack to come in as he's going to try and break through this position here. A couple of rams and breaking through this middle town center. With that hill fort there, it's pretty scary for Mini Eddie, but he is going up to the Mythic Age, and he's deciding to go for Balder. Whereas this is our well, we've seen two main deviations in this mirror matchup. We've got Heimdall versus Freya, and we're going to now see Tyr versus Balder. A very, very big decision here from Mini Eddie. As the longhouse is over onto this side, so we can start spamming out some berserks here or something like that and going after this spot. There's Jack ready now to start breaking through. You see some units coming over onto this side to drop another hill fort. But this town center is going to go down. In fact, I think also the Balder comes in way faster. What's the time on this? 100 seconds versus 120 seconds. As a random portable ram will get removed here. And with the hill fort coming up, a little frost to come down and say, hang on. You just hold right there, mister. But both players have got the frost, an extra frost here to come down onto this army. As well as the Herdman, Throwing Axeman, trying to take out the town center. Is this even going to work? It looks like it is. Wait, is he going to deny that? He's going to deny the Tyr. And he's got portable rams coming through. He's literally going to deny the... Is he going to frost? He does frost. Mythic Age is in for Mini Eddie. As he clicks Rag, goes from 100 villagers down to 0. He's now at 16.9k military resource value. Each one of these heroes of Ragnarok are worth 120 resources. He's got 300 population. They're also 2 pop apiece. If I can click on them. 2 pop apiece. So he will be able to rebuild his villages as well. He takes the main town center out. He is ready to go. He's denied the Mythic Age of Jack here. His own town center ends up falling here, though. And Mini Eddie is in full send right now. He says, I want this town center. I'll take it all. Give me 5 town centers to rebuild my villages. He's still got that Rigsthula. He's going to have it for the entirety of the game, but this is going to mean that he's going to be able to repop a little bit faster. He's got 1,000 food in the bank. Very, very easy for him to actually afford those villages here once the population drops. But he does have to ensure he takes good fights here as the Rams charging in to take down the tower over onto this side. Throw an axeman, shoot and scooting as best as they possibly can. As the Berserks over onto this position going to be taking down the units there. Lots and lots of throwing axemen. Jarls coming through as well. As Mini Eddie crashing through the population for Jack. Still sitting pretty high here. Though, military buildings wise, he's got quite a lot, but I don't think they're all actually built here. He got 3 not built on this side. Actually, there are quite a few, so maybe he's got 11-ish. But can he get those units back out? The army dropping down. Villages will be starting. These villages retreating off of the gold mine here. There's no gold income right now for Jack, though. Excuse me, there is gold income. He's on this position. So Mini Eddie needs to bring himself over onto that spot. Berserks over here can take out those heroes of Ragnarok. There's a main base taking some damage. We also see a huge amount of ox caravans queued up as well. Though, does he have the food income to build those back out fast enough? I don't know. I don't know if he... Okay, so each town center you need 3 villages to be on food. On hunts, but probably on farms here is probably fine with the winter harvest. And then each market needs 6 food villages to support. And he's got 4 plus 3. No, he needs so much more food economy. But at least he has the reserves to get started. As Mini Eddie pulling back, he's still got a military population advantage here, but he does not have the right comp here anymore to take out these throwing axemen. And Mini Eddie will need to delay here. He can retreat off of this position, keep those villages alive, pull them back, maybe head over here and eat the hippopotamus. But he needs to just delay. He's taken the town center. He's got straggle. He's got random hill forts here. He's down by 25 villages, though. These villages falling is not ideal. He cannot afford those losses here. As the town center goes down, Jack will be able to rebuild and start his own production of villages back up. Mini Eddie does notice it now, but is it too little too late? Only loses 1 villager, so he's out of there. Meanwhile, over onto this side, random longhouse is coming up. That does get spotted by Jack, but every one of these little buildings is time. You put a longhouse down. Now Jack has to send his units over and clean it up, which gives him time to rebuild his economy. He's only down 20 villagers now, though he is pumping so much into economy for the time being. For some reason, he's got a huge amount on wood here as well, which is not really what he wants. He's definitely wanting food, 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 food. At the moment, he has decided, okay, maybe I'm spending too much. He cuts down the ox caravans to just the 1. As the throwing axeman over here. Coming through, the fire giant wanders in to try and take the fight. A couple of Goaty on the back here, throwing those spears in. As Mini Yeti pulling back into his main base here. Getting away from this stuff. This throwing axeman is scary. There's fire giants coming out for Mini Yeti. Where to next? Portable ram on the way as well. for Jack. Is Jack going to say, let's just try and take him out? The other thing is, you look at this and you go, okay, it's a 20 village differential, but then you have to also add in the 10 caravans, which means it's a 5 village differential right now. So it's very, very close. Very, very close. It's just that the population isn't in for Mini Yeti. Mini Yeti needs... Well, he's got fire giants, which could be enough. He's going to try and charge forward here, take a fight. If those fire giants can get the damage done, it's going to be huge. A little bit of a misclick, though, from those fire giants is not going to be ideal in the slightest. He charges forward, throwing away a lot of Heroes of Ragnarok here. But this does give room for the fire giants to take over, as more are going to be coming in. Look at that. He's got 100 favor in the bank for fire giant spammage. As a Goaty coming in on the other side to try and deal with this. And Mini Yeti can look to try and get his town center back. Remember, it's still cheap. Safeguard. Everything is cheap if you're playing Heimdall. Everything's on sale. Everything must go. The villagers, however, for Mini Yeti are idle in this position. He's got to get onto some berries, maybe over onto farms here or whatever. His trade route is okay at 68 gold. He's going for a safer trade route instead of going all the way to the main town center. No problems where that's concerned. But Jack has not really managed to get any tangible advantage right now. He's going Mythic Age, though. So long as Mini Yeti can just continue to hold here, lose a town center is fine, but just don't lose any villages. He's going to slowly get himself into a position that he can just continue to fight, because he's got himself champion. He's got himself some good upgrades. Comes over onto this spot, sniping these units. We see a frost coming down. Is this a Rapple Frost? Not quite. He hit these frost giants, fire giants, excuse me, are mostly all going to stay alive. But these units on the front, like they're just tanking for the fire giants. Kind of. He does have to somehow take out the Goaty. The Baldur almost in for Jack here, which means Jack's also going to be able to make his own fire giants. Ragnarok from Jack at this point would probably not be ideal. But maybe, yeah, no, it's probably not going to be ideal because the trade route's already there. So you have to like cut all the gold mines, cut the trade route, and all the other good stuff. Mini Yeti's got himself 7 longhouses, plus he's got his conscripts on the other side. He has got conscripts as well, but... Or levy. I can never remember what it is. And now Mini Yeti's army, however, looking like it might be getting smacked down here. As the dwarves charging forward. He is going for a rag here. The crazy man. Does he at least have full... He does have upgrades. As the fire giants are in. Is he going to kill the villagers? Oh, he doesn't go after the villagers there with that splash. You're going to kill them all. But the villagers are in. Ragnarok comes through. The fire giants will be the first to go down here most likely. And then the Thrown Axeman can go to town. Economically, though, Jack has not prepared this Ragnarok at all. This Ragnarok is all in. This is as all in as a Ragnarok can get because he doesn't have the resources to rebuild anything. He can get 6 villages out before he has to start waiting. And Mini Yeti is going to be pumped Thrown Axeman out and try and hold here. I mean, it's 14.1k to 1.8k. But, I mean, in a world where income is just time passing by with villagers working, all Mini Yeti needs is time. Even at 175 pop or 180 pop with fortified town centers, that's enough pop here for him to bring himself kind of into a decent spot. Though losing his trade route is going to hurt. He does have this position to send them to. Is he attacking the main base? He is going for it with the portable rams, but the Heroes of Ragnarok are there to say, excuse you, please go elsewhere. Does he have a second one in here? He does. As more buildings are falling, Mini Yeti still trying to just get himself out. All of these Thrown Axemen. He's up to 165, 175 pop, so he has the houses. He has the units. He just needs to take good trades. Conversely, Jack also just needs to take good trades here and kill off all the buildings and kill off all the economy. But he's got everything he needs to make it happen. No missteps at this point. He's throwing units away here. The throw and axemen are doing a good job. These are champion throw and axemen. That means they have an extra range, which is everything in the shoot and scoot micro test here. As we've abandoned all things Age mythology, we've jumped into a scenario. It is the micro testing scenario. The campaign mission, you're left with 63 population of throw and axemen, and you have to out micro the Ragnarok. So far, Mini Yeti doing a valiant job here. The shoot and scoot going wonderfully. He could also opt into a villager Ragnarok here of some degree, just if he wants to. He's got 500 food in the bank. That'll be 10 berserks he can convert to help him defend. He could buy some food and do the same thing. He dives over here into the hill fort. But his buildings are falling. But so too are the villagers, or not the villagers, the army of Jack, as Mini Yeti pulling his villagers into the corner. He's got a little wall over here. No way to build any villages anymore. He's got 0 town centers against 4. As the throw and axeman. No micro this time for Mini Yeti. He's going to be losing his units. That one misstep, is that going to be all it meant? Is that everything? He's down to next to no throw and axeman down onto the bottom side. How many buildings? He's got 6 longhouses left. 6 longhouses left. The villagers making their way back over onto the farms. Eventually they can get something done there. A couple of throw and axemen to come over here and support. Berserks get converted. Mini Yeti has to be thinking, hang on, we're still good here. The score is so close. Jack's got 0 villages. That's what he has to be thinking. 24 villages. I mean, that's enough. Now the villagers are coming back online. Are we just going to see a complete reset here? I mean, it's such a big villager differential, though. Is there a trade route started? Is there a market? No, but there are 4 town centers now working overtime to get those villagers to work. Town center coming back up for Mini Yeti. He is not done just yet in this game. Portable ram coming through. Ox carts as tanks. He's got 120 HP apiece. He sends the ox carts in. He's not gonna. Is he gonna finish the town center 5? Is it worth it to finish the town center here? Maybe he can garrison. There is a portable ram. The berserks coming through. Those are gonna get cleaned up so fast by the throw and axeman though. But sitting in the town center isn't a terrible idea. Snipe the ram. Sit here, let the town center get that damage done. It's doing a half decent amount here, nearly 30 pierce damage per second with a huge amount of pierce armor. What's happening up the top? Rams going after the town center. Mini Yeti's not done yet. He sees villages, he sees blood. But look at that, there's 40 villages apiece. But the villages on the bottom are going to be falling next. A couple of throw and axemen pop out. They will all die here. This town center of Jack going to be falling. In the middle of the map, Mini Yeti's got a huge amount of throw and axemen here. He's getting his town center back. His trade caravans are sitting here waiting for an opportunity to work.
Yo.
And he does spot the villagers in the corner of the map. Some much needed damage. But Jack's lost this town center. He's got the villagers over here. There's a couple of farms on this side. There's no real hunt left on the map. A couple of berries here and there. There's hunt over here, actually, so he could move over onto that spot to keep himself going here. Got pigs getting stolen by Mini Yeti. Every little bit of resource of advantage here for Mini Yeti is needed. He's going to go and grab his town center back. It's 2 versus 3 town centers once this one's up. There is a villager advantage. However, there is still the ox caravans here. So is it not just equal now that these are back to working? I think it basically is. Economically speaking, militarily speaking, this game is as close as it can get for being 35 minutes into a game post Ragnarok from both players. Great Halls coming up, all the other stuff. Villagers moving back over into the corner to potentially jump on to these hippopotami. Is that the technical term? Hippopotami? I don't know. Longhouse going down over here. Mini Yeti is still pumping units, still trying to get things done. Can he break through this position is the next big question. Let's have a little eco check. No flood control, no bowsaw, no quarry on the other side. No, he's got himself bowsaw, but no carpenters. That's the only difference. Are you not entertained?
Skip.
But the big advantage right now is that Mini Yeti has got himself champion, thrown axeman, and Jack is throwing his units away. He's too busy attacking a stone wall made of wood. It does have a little bit of stone at the bottom. But he loses nearly everything there. Now the town center will fall. Sometimes in a game of Asian mythology, at the highest of levels, attacking a wall is not the right idea. The town center will fall. And now Mini Yeti can take his town center back. And Jack says the game's done there. He taps out. Does he have 0 gold? He's got a little bit left. He must think he's dead. Losing that, I mean, he is behind 3K at this point. What a game. What a game. There was room for another frost. Oh my God. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Norse Mirror delivers 2 Ragnaroks, a denied Mythic Age, nearly 0 military to nearly 13,000. Look at this. Look at this differential. 15,000 to 1,100. And he defends. That's the power of shoot and scoot with the thrown axeman, ladies and gentlemen. Champion thrown axeman against the world there. And some quick thinking. But that's why Mini Yeti is one of the best. I'm looking forward to seeing these guys competing at the highest level in Champions League Season 4. Starting qualifiers this Saturday. If you guys enjoyed this game, make sure you hit the follow button on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button. And I will see you guys in the next game. He didn't get the hero health upgrade. No, he did. Wait, does it not work on this guy? Oh, I'm on the wrong guy. I can't see. I can't tell you. I feel like he did get it. No, that's Mini Yeti. Maybe he didn't get it. He mustn't have got it. Maybe he didn't know. Well, that was fun. Ah, what a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Well, Norse won. What a surprise! Age of Norseology. That's what I got told. Alrighty. Is anyone else playing live at the moment? We've got. Do we want to watch that game? Sure, why not? Let's watch that one. Thanks so much for the gifted sub, boss. Talakita, appreciate you, my friends. Sure, let's watch this one. We got an Isis versus Hades on Alfheim getting played live. Should be fun. It's God, this is how you spell it. God damn it. It's Ken Chi Ka Tan To, I think. Hang on, let me double check that before I make a fool of myself. Oh, Kenchiku. Kenchiku. That's Kenchiku. Not ka. Kenchiku. And then Tantou. Good. I'm glad I looked at that. I was going to make a fool of myself. Kenchiku. Kenchika would be nothing. That's. Alrighty. Well, we're going to continue along here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to watch another Gimme game for Castshout Sunday. Day Sun. Shoutcast Sunday. Math in Japanese will be a no-go. No, I don't think I could do that. Alright, so we're going to be watching Chasing the Sun, playing some ISIS here. And Super Saiyajin, after a little bit of a hiatus into the world of the Japanese, decides it's time to return back to his love, his ever-present joy of playing Hades and playing the defensive god is back, and he's going to be facing up against the very, very spicy ISIS here. Is this going to be a nerf ISIS game or a buff ISIS game? Which one? Which one are we going to be seeing? So, let me give you the rundown of what the stats were last patch. There's been no real changes. The only thing that got sort of modified slightly was the rock. As far as I'm concerned, it wasn't really it was more of a quality of life change than a buff or anything like that. So every time I see the rock, I have nightmares. Every time I see the rock show up in the patch notes, I have nightmares. So there is that. So let me give you a quick rundown of where ISIS is currently sitting at, let's say, the 1200 plus level. ISIS is kind of currently sitting at 47.23% win rate. And then if you go up into the 1500 level where things are quite nice and beautiful, she drops down to 44% win rate. And then if you go up to the 1800 level where everybody is the best, she pops up to a 51.72% win rate. So at the higher levels, she's winning half the games. At the lower levels, she's not quite winning half the games, but it's still pretty close. So this might be a buff ISIS angle. Crazy. I don't know. Hades on the other side, how's he doing? How's Hades doing nowadays? At the higher levels, 46%, and at the lower levels, what is he doing? At the lower levels, he's actually struggling. He's at 46% all across the board. That's actually not even struggling. That's well within any sort of room for margin forever. Maybe Hades is the most balanced god in the game right now. Which is an interesting conversation to have. When talking balance, you have a scale, right? Are you constantly just trying to knock the people pulling the scale down this way back a little bit to try and bring it back to this? Or is it, if the scale is like this, the guys in the center, they don't really need to change at all. And these guys over here get some buffs, and these guys over here get some nerfs, and then we just in until everything's nice and equal. Speaking of which, I mean, will we ever see a point where Age Mythology, and I wonder if this is also somewhat the case in Age of Empires 4, I think it is, where you watch a game, the game finishes, and Twitch chat goes, wow, that player played really good and was able to win because the game was perfectly balanced. Or will it always be that god won, therefore we nerf that god? Is that what's good? I think that's what we're going to see. I think that's the only way that it's ever going to go. The only way it'll ever go. Nonetheless, Obelisk over here from Chasing the Sun getting smacked down. And it's going to be a Athena option here for Der Super Saiyan. He is wandering over onto this side, getting his walls up as well, so he can defend himself. He's got back food, back gold. But that does also mean that Chasing the Sun will have the same type of situation. He's got back food, back gold, which is scary normally. But Chasing the Sun is going for a forward town center. Does he actually see the resource? He didn't notice it. He sent a cow out onto the backside, didn't really scout, and therefore he makes a decision which has benefit, but also has major downside. So the benefit is that he's going to be able to be building villages on this position and be easily able to build a base and then start attacking his opponent. The downside is his opponent is going to be able to drop a fortress and be quickly able to start spamming, using Petropolis to break through. And then beyond all of that, the other major downside here for Chasing the Sun is he has a bit of a walk over to this position to eat these bears, to eat these elk, to grab this gold mine. Whereas if he had the town center on the back here, he would be very quickly onto these deer and onto this gold mine, and he would be in a good spot there. But nonetheless, we'll see how this game is going to go as Dirt Super Saiyajin. Most likely, the thing that I've seen quite a lot from Hades against Isis is that the Hades player wants a nice, quick, fast heroic here. But the problem with a fast heroic is that you let the Isis player do whatever they want on the map. Which is, for example, being here. Now, it's going to be very difficult to actually attack this unless you go Hippias. So, one idea here for the Super Saiyajin and for Hades players alike is you probably don't want to go into Cav very heavily. But if you just go town center, one stable, and you make some Hippias, enough to just cause some problems, then all of a sudden the Isis player needs to adapt, and maybe they drop the barracks and they have to make some spears. They can't do any damage with their spears because you've already got your walls up and you're already nice and defensive. It will slow your heroic gauge down, but maybe that's fine. If you see a military academy coming down, still no armory. He's getting himself hand axe as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Anubites jumping around here. And Chasing the Sun going to drop his armory. And it looks like he's going to be able to get to the heroic edge very, very quickly. And the best sort of idea, I think, for Chasing the Sun in this position is probably to go for Sobek. Nephthys is fantastic in many, many different situations. But in the situation you go Anubis, you have a forward town center, you have 2 monuments up. Everything screams go Sobek. Get yourself your sun-dried mud brick, get yourself 2 Migdols, and make yourself Petsukos. And all of a sudden, the Hades player is going to have the most rubbish time here trying to deal with that. You can't build Petropolis because the Petsukos with the upgrade are going to be able to snipe them down. You want to try and charge in and take them out. You're not going to be able to. There's going to be enough units there to defend that. As the Isis player will probably always have more population than you. And all the other good stuff. But we are actually seeing Chasing the Sun trying something what I would consider to be just a little bit off meta in this specific situation, which is going Nephthys. Now, what can you get with Nephthys? Well, you get Ancestors, you get Scorpion Men, you get Funeral Rites, you get Spirit of Mart, you get Funeral Rites. Did I say Funeral Rites? You get Nebti. Do you really need boosted priests? So no, I don't really need boosted priests. Scorpion Men spammage, it's okay if you get enough of them out. It's actually pretty strong, as the Anubites are causing some problems over here. Ajax is on the defense as he comes over and gets a couple of smacks in. That Anubite's most likely going to be falling. You can't really use Ancestors onto an army. Sorry, not onto an army, onto the eco here. But you could probably use it on an army. So there is an Ancestors on an army type idea. If you have enough units and you can make a big push. Meanwhile, Super Saiyajin over onto this left-hand corner, getting himself all that food. Happy days. Question from Kishav Sanghai asks, is there any website where we can watch recorded AOM retold games? Yes, aomstats.io. I'll put that in the chat at the moment. That website there, you can watch all the recorded games you like. Well, you have to download them, put them into your Age of Mythology replays directory, and yeah. I do have a video on all that stuff coming soon, TM. As Prosperity comes down, and we will be seeing the Ancestors getting dropped. So these guys now do have that 0.5 versus Villagers, and you can see that would have been a Villager kill there. He would have lost it, but he has to idle it anyways. The Achilles is in. The minions are getting sniped down. I don't think this is a good usage of this gold power anyways. Super Saiyan has played around this very, very nicely. He's lost 0 villagers. Simply 6 villagers idled for 20 seconds. That's not that much value. Over onto this side. Walls coming down to prevent these minions from getting over here. We do see the Scorpion men coming through as well. But the Achilles is chasing that one down. As the Zom gets thrown down up onto this side, the minions killing everything over here as well. But we will see the Migdol Stronghold is up, and a very quick Thoth coming through for chasing the sun. This is what I'm always afraid of when I'm playing this style of Hades against Isis, which is literally what we just saw. Ancestors on economy, followed by Thoth, which is Meteor on economy, followed by all the units charging in here. Now, because the Super Saiyan didn't take too much damage here, his goal in this position is to stay Heroic Age. Spam units out and hold. He has 1 safe gold mine at the back. He's got his gold mine in his main base with 2,000 gold there as well. So he has to sort of say, I'm going to stay 2 town centers, spam in the Heroic Age, get myself Peltas, get myself Hoplites. I know there's a Mythic Age coming. I know it's going to be a lot of units coming my way, but they are low quality units compared to what you can get Heroic Age Hades-wise. Peltas, Hoplite, etc. More military buildings. We see a fortress coming down onto the front. This is not a bad idea, but it's very, very greedy. Realistically, you need the fortress and you want it in this position, I would say right next to that town center. I'm playing back into this corner here as turtly as I possibly can versus this type of Isis. But at the moment, chasing the sun, 3 Migdol strongholds, 52 favor. He's got himself some barracks up just in case. The Thoth coming through, he can drop it straight onto the fortress if he wants. He drops down the Plague of Serpents here. I mean, Meteor getting dropped down onto this position won't really be that much damage. So I don't know if that's exactly what Chasing the Sun is going to want to do here. But nonetheless, 5 seconds from completion here. There's the Thoth, and he does drop it down. And that's going to hit the fortress, but the fortress completes just in the nick of time there. As the army garrisons into the fortress, it will go down. Restoration comes through there for Der Super Saiyan, but he loses so many units regardless. And that's what I was talking about in terms of that Meteor and everything. Got to be so careful. Now he has to pull back into his main base. He's still okay here. He's got a lot of resources in the bank, but he needs military buildings. He's not spending his resources. He doesn't have enough wood income. Hoplite, Peltast, heavy archer, heavy infantry is everything at the moment. Maybe even guard towers as well wouldn't go astray, though you do have to be concerned about catapults and things like that. As the ballistics to come through for Chasing the Sun. There is also Book of Thoth. Every single upgrade on the way, and he does have that Valley of the King's tech as well. A little bit surprised to see him actually going into Camel Riders here. Like, Camel Riders are great because they're good on an open map in this position because you can just run around and start raiding, but this is a closed position, so Elephant make more sense. As the hoplites coming around onto this side. You can see the big difference right here. It's just in terms of resources spent. Chasing the Sun has got everything spent here. And Der Super Saiyan, still trying to push for this gold mine, mind you, has got nearly 2k resources in the bank and fighting. So this is a good position for Chasing the Sun to be taking here. A good fight. Fortress is 20 seconds away from completion. Peltas going down on that left side here. As the Chariot Archers can be used to take out those hoplites, and Der Super Saiyan still doesn't have himself heavy infantry, doesn't have himself the military buildings down. His fortress will be coming through, but Chasing the Sun is just getting further and further and further in front. Up onto the top side as well. One random Phoenix killing off villagers here. Chiron coming through as the Phoenix is going to just pull back. He can retreat, delete the Phoenix, and get it back in a safe position to full HP if he likes. That's my favorite thing to do with that unit. But so far, Der Super Saiyan is still alive. He's actually closing in on population, on resources, and all that stuff. He's getting the resources spent. We see some walls coming up onto this top position to try and hold on as the Camel Riders are trying to push through here. What Chasing the Sun kind of needs to do now is secure the map, go up to 4 town centers, maybe get a catapult out or something to break through here. On the other side, some Metropolis to break through onto this position would be very, very nice. And after all is said and done, I would not call this well executed by Der Super Saiyan. If you ignore the score, it doesn't look too badly. It doesn't look too bad here for Mr. Saiyan. As the Peltas coming in, sniping Chariot Archers. We've got the Champion Camel Riders coming in from the back here. Still no heavy infantry is really hurting. Does he have himself the other upgrades? He doesn't have himself any of those upgrades either. As the Camel Riders swinging in Champion, they're going to be more than enough to deal with these hoplites, especially with the support of the Chariot Archers, because they're so far in front on tech. And Super Saiyan as well, behind this, he doesn't even have an armory up. So he's got 0 armory upgrades compared to Chasing the Sun, who is about to have himself... Well, he's already got basically full bronze. So, yeah, it's just night and day. The difference in resources spent here. Obviously, there's a lot of units killed as well on the side of Chasing the Sun, but Der Super Saiyan missing a few key factors here to keep himself nice and close in this game as the Camel Rider is going to try and break through the wooden wall again. There is a nice little retreat point here if Der Super Saiyan wants to go for that. He does still have a little bit of gold left over here. He's not going to be able to get onto this gold mine quite some time. Because now we see Sarissa, we see Aegis Shield, heavy range soldiers coming through. But here's the thing. This is the big thing about Valley of the Kings, which often goes like not stated, right? When talking about this technology. If you're at full pop, it doesn't do anything. So while it's probably about 800-ish resources a minute when you're not at full pop, when you are at full pop, it's 0. So for every second you're fighting against the Ice Blade, just remember, if they've got lots of units, at least they're not getting further in front, and you can actually start catching up or like getting some sort of an advantage with your own economy. Nonetheless, the fortress is down. Der Super Saiyan here turns, fighting. Peltas trying to take out those Chariot Archers on the back here. The hoplites now are at heavy, but they still don't have those armory upgrades. He just has none. He has 0 armory upgrades. So like, I don't know how you expect to win these fights, but it's not. Yeah, he's not winning these fights. The catapult over here as well, killing stuff. Der Super Saiyan is down 15k score. Population-wise, Chasing the Sun in a great spot. Another Ancestors getting dropped down as the Phoenix comes through. That one's going to fall. The Phoenix deck will be over here, so it's going to come back online. It does take a hot minute there. What is it? 50 seconds. A little bit less than... That's what a hot minute is. Hot minute is like 50 seconds, right? Nonetheless, can Super Saiyan hold over here or not? And even if he does hold, can he? What else is he going to be able to do? We see towers coming up onto this side. Jason the Sun wandering over here, going to be able to take down the town center and everything else. Nemean Lion going down here. Hoplites trying to break through all of this. Thank you for the Prime, Mr. Super Saiyan. I see you there. There's the Peltas going to be taking out units. And, I mean, after all is said and done, Super Saiyan has managed to stay alive after that big push there. He's still in a little bit of trouble. Gold situation, not looking too great. He's got 1,000 gold on the back of his base here. He needs this gold mine or this one. But the good thing is he's got those Peltas, which cost next to nothing. That's the good thing. A forward monument here is going to be really nice. Empowering that one up, getting double the favor. 0.38 favor a second. You've been looking at those Miko shrines a little bit, saying, oh, 0.11. How good is that? 0.12. 0.38. But this means no more god powers can be used, though Super Saiyan doesn't have any god powers to use. As he gets pushed back yet again. A little bit of garrison trickery here as the Peltas jumping through the town center to get on top of those chariot archers, allowing the hoplites to actually get their damage done. But now towers coming up all over the place here for Chasing the Sun. Guard towers as well, though, coming through for Super Saiyan. Still doesn't really have the military buildings he needs. And after the 21 minutes of defense, he decides, I got 0 gold. I better tap out. And that is the game. But a nice attempt there from Super Saiyan. This is technically the right way to play. He just missed his upgrades. He missed his armory. How's it looking now at the end of the game? And he's barely got any. He missed his upgrades, missed his armory, was taking fights maybe too early, tried to push out for the gold mine way too soon. And that just allowed Chasing the Sun to just pile advantage on top of advantage on top of advantage. And if you're just going to be throwing away units like that, throwing a position as well, then yeah, you're going to be falling short here. But nonetheless, well played from Chasing the Sun, showing off that brutal ISIS. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure to hit the follow button, subscribe button, and all the other good stuff. And we'll see you in the next one. Yeah, ISIS monuments block god powers and doubles the range or something if they're empowered. Wouldn't it be better to train archers? Probably not. The camel riders do pretty good versus archers. Yeah, 2 TC areas is would be an interesting try. I don't think it would work. But I think the heroic age defense is the best way to go. Against that specific strat. There's some other strats that ISIS can do which we'll probably give her an even better shot against Hades during that idea. All right. Would someone like to play me in a video game? I might be all cast roonied out. We might do a game and a cast and a game and a cast and a game and a cast. Question, do you think you should have a ranked playlist allowing auto queue and a hardcore one without auto queue to make games mean more and have less skilled players want to play more? No. Unfortunately, I think we're at the whims of the devs in terms of what they think is the best for Age Mythology. Give me a second, Super Saiyan. I think it is, without a doubt, clear that Age of Empires competitive multiplayer players, I don't think they like Villager Auto Queue. If I had to take a guess on on that. I think that's the case. When I'm looking at a game like Age of Empires 4 and what's going on there, one thing that I hear a lot is I don't need to, like, from some mythology players is they go, I don't really need to know all too much. I can outplay inside of that game. And I think the majority of that outplay just comes from mechanics. It's not really like anything else. It's just mechanics. And maybe they didn't realize that, but that's all it is. Up until the level of which their opponent is also similar on mechanics, and then things like knowledge will come in, or anything else comes in, you know. So there's just like this feeling of that mechanical ability to outplay. I don't think it's necessarily good for RTS, and I think it would be better to move on from that, because it's such a ridiculous. I don't know about like auto queue in terms of spending resources, like on army and things like that, but I think the like barrier to entry for a new player is just too crazy high, and Age of Mythology has got that. So I think if you're like a new RTS player wanting to get into competitive, then there's not a better modern RTS game than Myth at the moment for a new player. But yeah, that's my thought process. Am I playing random? I am. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if I'm like 100% right on that. And we're never going to find out. It's not like you can just turn back time and Susanoo versus this guy. You can't like turn back time and see that stuff. Like what would have happened. It's been a while since I played this match. Not this matchup, but I played this map a while ago. With this god, actually. Yeah, I think I prefer... I mean, I'm a vanilla player at my heart. So, I prefer... Actually, I mean, I think I prefer villager auto queue and no auto queue on military. I think that's what I prefer. Kenchiku Tanto. Kenchiku Tanto. That's what that is. Kenchiku Tanto. Nanda? Nani Kenchiku Tanto? I'm in charge of construction. Junbi完了. Nani? Nanda? Iku ne. Hai. Nani? Iku ne. Makasete. Nanda? Kenchiku saikutsu. Kenchiku saikutsu. 指示ある準備できたよ。指示は Okay. Nani? Nani? 準備完了。建築コリ。 Just need more like this. I think we go backwards here.
なんだ
なんだ木こり
Kikori. What does Kenchiku Tanto mean? It literally Kenchiku means construction, and Tanto is like someone who's in charge of something.
準備完
指示いくね木こり何
指示は
何了解
なんだ指示は
なんだ
準備建築こり
I see.
準備建築担当何はい任せて行く了解何なんだマク細工指示行くねかぐら何はいなんだ行くね
なんだ木こり
何準備でくればはい指示ある行くね
Give me the
建
wood.
築担当何建築担当建築担当
指示は
何なんだ
準備完了
雲に糸を私がやるよあら送ってよふふ岩何了解木こり準備できたよ行くね
建築担当
何建築担当指示ある建築採掘
なん任せろ木こり了解木こり指示は建築木こり
何ま建築担当木こりもう準備はできた
建築担当なんだご指示を出発する
準建築担当採掘
準備了解しました
Well, I fucked that up, didn't I?
よかろう。よし。
建築担当指示を建築担当
突撃せよ。焦る。わしがやる。押し出せ。よあそこへこ。出るぞ。戦のここぞ。
準建築こり
何事じゃ。
糸をたどって
何か
不破そ送って糸をたどって
わしに任せよ。
何はい建採掘
建築担当建築担当建築担当建築担当
出るぞ。押し出せ。
はい戦闘開始 なんだ攻撃
指示をもう突撃せよ。
なんではい前進
何事じゃ。
指示突撃
命を聞く。指示を申せ。
Okay.
何事じゃ。
ん光
なんだ剣採
用意はできて前進じゃ。何事。戦のここぞ。何か。よし。戦のここぞ。
準備剣採
命を聞こう。用意はでき。撃て。
Ute!
用意突撃。何事。あそこへ行こう。わしがやる。出るぞ。
何剣採指示ある行くね
準備向かおうはいはい
指示を申せ。用意。
準備承知向かいます了解
何か。押し出せ。
任務に従います前進
指示を申せ。
なんだよ任務遂行ご指示を任務出発了解し
わ
ました
しに任突撃せよ。
準備前進
命を聞こ
了解任務はい、
う。よかろう。
攻撃はい
撃て。戦のここぞ。
なんでしょ戦闘攻撃出発する了解しました
出るぞ。
お任せください
用意は
何建築担当
準備完建築担当
I want to go next stage.
わし何事じゃ。出るぞ。あそこへ行こ
何建築担当
う。何事じゃ。よかろう。あそこへ行こう。用意。
準備できたよ任せて建築担当
出るぞ。
指示は
指示あるよ建築担当
何か。命を指示をあそこへ行こう。
何です
I feel pretty in control in this game. I don't really think there's much
わしに
I
任せ
can
よ。
go wrong
な
now.
んだ建築採掘
Just have to make sure I get all the gold income. Maybe a second
準備で
temple
き
didn't
た
go
よ
astray.
採掘
用意はできておる。何事。出るぞ。わし
何でしょう
に任せ。
準備
用意。
指示ある建築担当氷
何か。よかろう。用意はできておる。
何行くね採掘
出るぞ。あそこへ行こう。わしがやる。用意。よし。あそこへ行こう。わしがやる。前進じゃ。
So there's no gold down the bottom side of the map, so if we just control here, this will probably go well for us.
押し出せ。何事じゃ。
ご指示を
なんではい
よかろう。わしがやる。よし。
進め
出るぞ。用意。あそこへ行こう。何か。戦のここぞ。指示よかろう。よし。
今参ります
用意は出るぞ。突撃せよ。わしよかろう。
指示ある了解建築担当何任せ建築担当建築担
何事
当
前進。あそこへ行こう。わしに任せよ。出る。用意。押し出せ。用意はできておる。撃て。わしがやろう。命を聞く。出る。用意。
Just a little bit more fight. Actually, maybe I
あ
don't.
そこへ行こう。
Go on, fight me.
わしがやろう。わしに任せよ。よかろう。
なんだ
ご指示を。はい向かおう。
用意はできておる。あそこへ行こ
準備できたよ指示ある建築採掘
う。指示あそこ。
Is he on this? Nope.
用意。
Oh, he's got a gold mine here potentially.
名を聞く。
I should have put this castle here, but
何わしがやろう。
not the end of the world.
わしよ出るぞ。よし。何かわしに前進じゃ。出る。よかろう。
何
用意はできてよ。よかろう。出る。用意。よかわしがやろう。わしに任せよ。あそこへ行こう。知れるな。わしがやろう。
Got him.
なんだ何了解はい採掘
用意。わしがやろう。あそこへ行こう。
なんでしょう。
出る。わしよ出る。わしよかろう。出る。わしがやろう。
Just need more gold. Give me more gold.
用意。わしよあそこへ行こう。
なんだ建築担当
準備完了。
何事指示をもわし用意。よかろう。あそこへ行こう。
失敗。戦闘開始。なんでしょう。準備完了。突撃。
兵を出るぞ。
Yeah, Susanoo's broken. This god's fucking insane. What the hell? I think Susanoo might be like I don't know if he's like S tier, like real talk. I don't know if he's quite S tier, but he's definitely in that A tier. This would be one of my high priors if I was playing the tournament. This guy would be, because he's so good on water maps, and there's 2 water maps in the pool, so you just pick one of those and you pick this god, and what are your opponent going to do? I don't think I put him S tier just on the fact that I think there's some like stuff that he struggles against in particular. He's really, really good. Super Saiyan asking me to stop casting games you lose. What water maps are in the map pool? You have, I think it's Anatolia and Mirage from memory. Both of them are good Susanoo maps, I think. Skill player make the god look broken. Yeah, I mean, he's really, really, I don't know if I'd say he's difficult on Anatolia. I'm sorry, I don't think this god is difficult on this map. This map plays so hard into Susanoo's like kit, it's not funny. Like, what do you? Yeah, this god is so good on this map. He might be S tier on this map. It might just be this god is like the best god here. Maybe Kronos would be like a nice answer. Maybe Uranus. The Egyptians wouldn't be. with Zeus or Hades? I don't think so, because their like goal is to go into hoplites, right? And then I'm going into samurai. But then I also have that ridiculous mid-game spike to win the middle of the map. Like bronze, if you want, I'll just drop my second or third swampland on you. And also Thunderburst. And then also I disengage with Kusanagi. Isn't Susanoo straight up shut down by Atlantean? I think that there's stuff that yes, that Atlantean is really good against that Susanoo does, but I think I might have been a little off on it because there's a lot of like not like okay, so each god has got their like S tier strategic ideas or S tier strategies that they can go down, right? And then other gods can shut down those really good ideas. But that doesn't mean that like an A tier idea or a B tier idea isn't really good against a god that's really good against the S tier idea. So you keep on like, you have to figure out that way through the Atlantean matchup. For sure. Yeah, Umibozu shenanigans. I was gonna teleport my bad boy over there. Where is he? I don't have him. There he is. Teleport this guy over here and he's gonna start wailing. Seems to be highly value stacking combat god powers in a fight. I value winning fights. Yeah, winning fights means, especially in this situation. Like I don't think Super Saiyajin in this game could take a single fight because I just have so much power. This is I feel like it's gonna feel like I'm playing against Uranus because look at it. I've got Swampland is basically chaos. Kusanagi is Shockwave but like better. And Thunderburst is Swampland is like is like Carnivora on steroids. Kusanagi is like Shockwave but better. And Thunderburst is a worse version of Chaos. Because it just idles their army but doesn't kill them. Actually, yeah, it idles their army but doesn't really kill them. Which is kind of really, really big. And then I have Raiju as well. So good luck defending against those. Thunderburst really messes up your eco, almost kills. Does it? 12 divine. Oh, yeah. Can we... You already know what my answer to this is. I don't think you should have global god powers. Like, god powers can be clicked anywhere on the map. I don't think that these god powers should be able to do real big damage to villages. That's like this god power. I don't think it should do damage versus villages. This god power, I don't think it should do damage versus villages. It just shouldn't. Like you have Carnivora. Carnivora has got like a negative multiplier against villages. You see this? Do you know why it has 0.25 versus villages? It's really fucking stupid to have to play against something that they just drop the Carnivora on your gold mine and then they just kill your villagers with it before you're even in the classical age. Really stupid. Yeah, Thunderdome lasts longer, but it just costs more. That's the difference. It costs more and you have less favor income as Susan. Oh, actually, do you? At this specific moment in the game, where am I at on favor collected? Nah, I don't have less favor than Atlantean at 16 minutes into the game. That's like on par with Atlantean. That's on par. So yeah, you're gonna have a very similar amount of usages of that. Okay, let's walk through this. How would I play against this if I'm playing Loki? What would I do? Rush? 9 fishing ship rush? To try and like get some serious damage before the shit comes out? Win water, win game. I mean, yeah, realistically, we both should have got a dock up on each other's sides, but I saw him not go for a dock, and I was just like, I don't care. I don't want to put the effort into it. risk a villager life. Maybe the answer is to just go for a nice quick advance, 3 or 4 Hersa, right into their base immediately, and then keep getting your fishing ships out. Maybe that's the idea. You didn't buy Japan? Why not? They're so much fun. Okay, so if rushing isn't working, what's the other idea to try for Norse here? Raiding cavalry? Then you died a Yari. I'll just add Yari in instead of the other guys. I still same thing. Where would I put Loki? Loki's pretty good. I actually think I don't know where all of the top players are sitting on this, but I think the balance is pretty good for the most part. There's a couple of outliers that sort of need to get pushed down a little more, but apart from those, the balance is pretty good. I wouldn't mind like a look at Egyptian for a bit of a redesign on some stuff. I would love a redesign of China. Actually, we could do this. Let's talk about it. Yeah, I don't think the balance is that bad. Okay, so let's break it down into the things that I think. All right. Okay, let's go through this. So, if you were to ask me if Age of Mythology is pretty balanced at the moment, my answer would be yes. It is as balanced as any of the other asymmetric RTS games out there. If you compare it to Age of Empires 4, which is pretty asymmetric, Age of Mythology takes it like the next step to the side, like to next step, right? Because everything is a unique unit roster, everything's got unique powers, unique myth units, etc. It's very, very asymmetric. But so does Age of Empires 4. But even if you take it into Age of Empires 4 and you watch their tier list and you watch what the pro players are prioritizing in their games, you aren't seeing major differences in the top players' picking patterns. The top players are the players who spend the most time playing the game. They generally can play every single civilization or god or pantheon or whatever at a very, very high level, and they're all going to gravitate towards the same picks because those are the strong gods for the tournament, right? So it's the same in a game with very little asymmetry. So it's going to be the same over here as well. But just because you've got a god that is a prio pick because it's a little bit, it's stronger, that doesn't necessarily mean that the god is unbeatable. It means that the god has got a higher, it gives the player a higher percentage chance of winning that game, which is sort of what you're playing with when you're playing pro sports. You're playing with percentages and how often you can actually win a game. That being said, the things that I think would be useful to have a look at and actually ask the question of if there is going to be some resources devoted to some potential redesign in like another big patch, say we had one for the fortifications patch a couple months ago. So it's probably like maybe another 3 months or another 5 months or 6 months or something from now, we might see another really big patch coming. So if there's going to be any sort of redesigns, the things I'd love to see approached would be, first and foremost, a fundamental look at how the heroes work for the Chinese. I like the Pioneer. I think this unit is perfectly well designed. It's really, really cool. I wouldn't touch that. I don't like that the Najar here is effectively a Greek hero, except you also get a Pioneer. I think that this unit should be much more of a counter myth unit role than anything else, and it really should suck against human units. And I think the same should also happen to Yang Jian, Li Jing, and also Wen Zhong. All these guys should be very heavily counter myth unit and kind of sucking versus human units. Like they really shouldn't, like they could stay alive for ages. You could make them really tanky, I don't care, but they shouldn't really be doing damage to human units. They should be like mad multiplier versus myth units, or a really big special attack versus myth units, and they can take those out and that's fine. Mythic Age, they're good. The other unit is this Sage. I don't mind them copying my myth unit, but the fact that it stuns my myth unit is not fun to play against. And I don't think it's necessarily fun to use either. Like you go, well, I just say you don't get that unit. And then I go, okay, well, I don't even have an opportunity to have to outplay my opponent in that position, right? Like I just go, you don't get that myth unit, I get it for the next 8 seconds. And you're going to lose that unit because now you can't micro it. So for me, that's not fun. But it would be fun if you could replicate the unit, but it doesn't stun. And if it's the case that it's too weak in that position, then I would say, well, replicate it for longer, have it for 20 seconds, whatever. You know, like there's numbers there. You could fiddle with that. Jiang Xia is kind of fine. I don't particularly like the aura, but in terms of what everything else is going on here, this is like on the edge of that's okay. The reason I don't like it is, well, again, my opponent is building myth units. I build this unit and now your myth units are doing less. I don't even get to feel that really on the other side. I don't do anything. I just have my unit there. And now your units are just performing less good, which is just, it's just a strange mechanic. But in terms of everything else I've said, that's like the least of my worries. Everything else, if they change it like that, I think that would be really, really good. There. Okay, if we move... And that might sound like it's all nerfs, but realistically, it's more reworks into a better role to deal with myth units and having more of a role for them rather than just being, I get big unit and smack you and I win, right? Okay. The next thing inside of China that I would touch on is this god power. I think it's just super uninteractive. I don't mind the idea of a god power that makes a wall, but you get, it's just like, it's too big. It gives you too much defense. You don't have to build anything. And it seems like players that play into this god, they take that and run with it. They say, great, I don't have to build defense. I just got myself somewhere in the vicinity of 1,000 resources just planted around my base in terms of defensive walls to slow my opponent down. I will convert that into a heroic age. And then they can do whatever they want in the heroic age, and they just get that free thing in. I've said this before, but my idea on a rework for the Earth Wall would be to treat it similar to Valor. And it would be a very low recharge, like very, very low recast cost. I'm talking like 5 favor per recast or 1 favor per recast or something like that, with a 30 to 45 second cooldown depending on whatever you feel like. And it just ends up being one long wall, which is a gate. So that's the 15 gold long wall. So it's longer than what the current segment would be, but you only get one of them. And then you can place them wherever you want on the map. You can use it to block your opponent's villages from running away from you. You can use it to defend yourself. You can use it to create little defenses between your own buildings so that you've got some stuff going on. Like, so say you want to spread out your favored land, right? But that leaves gaps in your base. So now you go, okay, I spread my favored land out, I drop my wall down, and we're good to go. So you can see that also might feel like it's a nerf, but also it might be a gigantic buff as well. It's a very big rework, and I might be incredibly upset with it if it were to come through. But that one's pretty important, I think, in terms of like some nice interactivity to come into this defensive god that it's just not fun to play against. Next thing on the agenda is Master of Weaponry. This is just a god-awful designed. I have to be honest. This is really poorly designed upgrade. It's there shouldn't be a unique upgrade you can take, which removes an element of the game at the top level, at any level, to be honest. If anyone wants to play with this thing and you don't like playing against raids, just make a couple of these guys, get this technology, and then your opponent will just run their cavalry in and they will lose them. It did get nerfed, but it's literally, I can't harp on this more. It doesn't need to suck. but this is just you could change whatever you want. Give it damage, give it speed, whatever you want onto the halberdier. Just whatever this is, it's just no. It's not good. I don't think it's. It can't realistically stay in the game and have China and China not be considered an incredibly powerful civilization because of this thing. Now, what else is there? I think this unit here is almost fine, but the problem with it is that it does its damage up front and then does a tiny bit of damage on the pool. It should be the opposite. It should do a tiny bit of damage up front, and then the pool should last for like 3 seconds or something, and that's where the remainder of the damage should come in. So if someone charges at you with 3 dragons, and they throw the pool down, now you have an opportunity on the other side to run away. Or if you're playing as, say, Noir, and you throw the pagoda plus that thing, then all of a sudden you get all the damage done. It's a cool little interaction there with Noir, and she's going to have that advantage, and that's kind of cool for her. Or potentially you could do the same thing with, say, a forest protection plus a Qinglong for them to stay there. And then I guess all of the kind of lower level players will still be able to use this unit, and they won't run away because they'll be too slow or whatever. But, you know, it's going to be it won't be as frustrating to play against because you've got a little bit of counterplay there. I think that's kind of it with China. Without getting into the unit roster. Actually, no, it's not it. No, there's one. There's so much more I can say. Okay, let's keep going. Quaofu. This guy just shouldn't cost favor. I said it. I think it was a mistake after playing with it for this long. I think it was a mistake. The way that it works is I build this unit, I get in front on economy, and I will win the game. My opponent cannot punish me in some way. I'm just in front. I got a 2 population villager. 3 population villager coming out in the space of a 2 population villager because it takes double the time, even though it's... So, I think it's silly. I think it should cost 100 resources. It can cost 25 food, 75 gold or something like that. And it should just work as fast as 2 villagers, but a little bit more. Because the peasants are slower, you make the Quaofu cost less, works a little bit faster. Kind of very similar to how the dwarf works, right? For the Norse. So yeah, that's my take on it. And the other thing is with this is the reason why the Chinese favor rate is so skewed. It doesn't make any sense to me. Is because of this Quaofu. So at the start of the game, I'm just getting a ridiculous amount of favor for no good reason. I haven't really done anything. I haven't expanded my base. I haven't really played into the what's it called? The favored land mechanic at all. I'm already getting X favor coming through. So what I think should happen is that immediate base you build should be giving you no favor, basically. Like a town center shouldn't be giving you any favor. But every building that I attach onto the town center should start picking my favor up. And it should pick it up aggressively, such that if I have half the map covered in my favored land, I'm getting myself like a really, really big amount of favor income. So I can build my myth units and things like that. So if somebody wants to play into their favor income, they're really rewarded. Because right now, I don't play into favor income. I just build my base like I would with every other god and just block off my areas. When I'm playing at the highest level, that's what I'm trying to do. Like there's no reason to not. And then I'll drop ballets down and get town centers, and that'll increase my favor more than enough. So that's that unit. We can talk about the mythic text, but I don't really want to touch on those. Then we come over to the unit roster. There's something just odd about the dynamic of Fire Archer, Chukonu. I don't know what to do with that. I think that needs another think. I don't have an answer. They're funny, funky. The other unit that is very, very... I would say, I don't know if I would go in so far as say it's unfun. Maybe you guys can tell me what you think about this unit, but I think the Dao Swordsman is just a really wonky unit. It's got too much pierce armor for an infantry unit. It's just an absolute beast once you get all your upgrades, and it's completely useless if you don't have the upgrades. So I don't really know what to do about it. potentially one angle would be. No, I don't really know what to do about it. I got nothing for it. I don't know. More speed, less stats. Put it up to 4 speed. I don't know. I do like how the ballet works. I like the ballet gives us these cavalry. I think that's really, really cool. You get to make your cavalry. They're really strong. You do have to ask the question, though. Are White Horse Cavalry and Tiger Cavalry too closely linked here? Are these guys too closely linked? Like, would I ever want to build a White Horse Cavalry when I can build myself a Tiger Cav? If it's not about resources, the answer is no. I think I'd just rather the Tiger Cav. So there's a world here where maybe, and this is crazy, this is maybe a stupid suggestion, and someone more smart than me can have more of a think about it, but maybe this unit needs to have its stats adjusted, move into this building where the military camp is, and this unit, the Dao Swordsman, needs to become an elite unit that goes into the ballet. So you can have this really, really strong, fat unit, give it more stats, have it in the ballet, can sort of perform like a similar role to like a destroyer without taking down buildings, right? Like a really high pierce armor infantry unit. Difficult to make out, difficult to mass out. And then you've got this ballet that's sitting here with a Dao and a Tiger Cav. So you can have a nice choice between the two. And this White Horse Cavalry in the classical age is going to be really fun to use. You'd take the stats down, obviously, so it's going to link up with something similar to maybe a raiding cavalry at 2 population, and be like in that sort of realm of things. Sort of similar to how the Japanese have a 3-pop Hippias with the Naginata riders. Yeah, I think that's what I've got to say about China. I haven't really had to think about the other gods, but those are the thoughts that I've had about China. So I don't know if do I want to go on to something else? If I talk about Egyptian, I don't know where to start with Egyptian. I think rebalance, like doing a big rework on Egyptian, is really, really challenging. Because you have to keep all the god powers, because those things are really expensive to rework. Unless you do something like I don't think a rework of the Earth Wall is expensive. That's really easy to do. So I don't know if we can start on the Egyptians. I don't know what you can do. Basically, the problem with Egyptians at the top level and also lower levels, for a different reason, is that they have all of this. They just get too much stuff too quickly. And if you can use that stuff really quickly and apply pressure, you win games. In lower levels, you get the stuff really quickly, but you're not quick enough to use it, so you don't find your wins, right? You have to be quick at using your advantage and taking control of the game. If you're not doing that, then if you're just sitting back playing defensive, for example, with Egyptian, it's not going to work out too well. So I'm not exactly sure where to go with that, but that's something to think about, and maybe figuring out how you could maybe swap that so it's less of a... Maybe you can make one of... Like, if Set was like this timing attack god, and then Isis and Ra were sort of... Like, Isis was less of a timing attack god, and then Ra was a very big defensive god, then you can kind of make that work. But you have to figure out how to change that inside of the Egyptians to make it work, and I don't have any suggestions there. But apart from that, I think that's like the only things that I would touch at the moment. I mean, I do think that Susanoo is an incredibly dangerous god, in a similar vein to Uranus. At the moment, I don't think the power level is there, and I think it's fine for them to be where it is with the danger that's inside of them. It's you can play some games and it's incredibly frustrating to play against them. You can play some other games and they're going to be incredibly frustrating to have being played against, on the other side of the coin as well. But I don't think I would change anything just yet there. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. That's my 2 cents. That's where I'm at. If there was to be another big rework happening after all of this stuff, that would be my wish list. GG. Thanks for playing. I'm excited for the big rework mid-tournament. Ah, fuck. Oh, fuck. I mean, to be honest, as long as I get my Earth Wall change in, I think I'm happy. Scrap China. You think that I scrapped it? You think that I scrapped it? Did I scrap it? I thought I changed it in a really good way. You know, deep down, you guys need to know that I just want the game to be fun to play random in. I just want to play random God and every game be fun. That's all I want. Earthwall already feels gutted. I'm not at the top level. Probably not even at lower levels either. I mean, if they want to go for the strat, then I think they'll win. Wanting content removed is insane. Yeah, I think so. I don't think you would. If someone was to ask me if I had a magic eraser and I could just erase a civ, I would throw the eraser in the bin. StarCraft struggled to balance Street Fighter. That's why you'll notice that my balance suggestions, they aren't really about balance. They're more about like fun interactions and making things fun to play against and play with. I'd sell the erasers to the highest bidder. Good luck, good luck. What if fire archers were trained from the ballet? That would be another interesting way to go for sure. You could definitely put the... nah. Doesn't make any sense because it's a machine workshop. It doesn't make any sense to put the... Unless you can somehow put the white horse cavalry dude on top of the mechanical ox cart easily. It's just too much, it's too much. I need to put this guy onto gold. I fucked up. Yeah, you can't put the white horse cavalry into the machine workshop. You could put it into the military camp though. I could be wrong, but I think fundamentally people prefer to have mobility in the early game. Like restricting the gods from not having a cavalry type unit in the early game. I think fundamentally people don't like that. Grass cutting sword. What is that? Oof. I cannot let him have that. Alrighty. Let's see how we go.
Tilbúin?
Til skipan ég vil.
Já.
Soup.
Veiðimaður.
That's too good.
Hver þar? Ég veiðimaður.
Tilbúsa. Ég samþykkt.
Do Hersa count as infantry? Surely they do.
Tilbúin satt. Veiðimaður.
Skipan satt.
Skipan, veiðimaður. Samþykkt, veiðimaður. Ég vil, veiðimaður.
Skip.
Já, samþykkt.
Tilbúin, já.
Tilbúsa. Samþykkt.
Já. Timbursveit. Timbursveit.
Skipan, ég
I don't like that house there.
Ég vil. Something.
Já. Ég vil. Satt.
Good. We got the big relic. That's nice.
Ja, something. Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Gotta send this guy forward and scout a little bit.
Hver þar? Ég vil.
Can't send anything else forward because you're gonna get killed by the Valk.
Hver þar?
Obviously, I'll also die to a raiding cavalry, but I have a little bit of time here.
Satt. Ég samþykkt. Hver þar? Já, ég samþykkt. Satt. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Skipan. Hver já, satt. Ég já. Satt.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Timbursveit.
Já, til samþykkt. Skipan. Já, ég vil. Já. Hver skipan? Tilbúin.
Tilbúin.
Ég fer já. Satt. Skip já. Ég samþykkt. Satt. Já. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Hver það? Satt.
Skip samþykkt. Já. Veiðimaður.
Já. Já.
Tilbúin. Veiðimaður. Hver það? Veiðimaður. Skip satt.
Skip satt. Til já. Ég vil. Hver satt? Ég vil. Satt. Já. Skipan. Ég satt. Ég samþykkt. Til skip. Já. Ég vil. Já. Satt. Ég satt. Já. Ég vil. Já. Já. Satt. Til já. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Hver já. Ég satt. Ég satt. Já. Ég satt. Já. Ég vil. Já. Satt. Já. Ég vil. Satt. Já. Til ég satt. Já. Já.
Hver er satt?
Ég vil.
Tilbúin.
Hver
Grjótsveit.
þar? Tilbúin. Satt. Já. Já. Ég vil.
Já, ég
Já.
grjótsveit.
Samþykkt. Satt. Ég já. Samþykkt. Satt. Já. Ég já. Ég já. Satt. Ég já. Ég samt. Já. Ég vil. Til satt. Samþykkt. Ég vil.
Ég vil. Timbursveit. Tilbúin. Satt. Samþykkt.
Skipan. Já. Satt. Ég já. Samþykkt. Satt. Já. Ég vil. Já. Já. Samþykkt. Hver satt? Ég já. Satt. Samþykkt. Ég satt. Til samt. Já.
Hver er það? Timbursveit.
Já. Satt. Ég vil.
Ja, something.
Samt. Ég vil. Tilbúin.
Sam Timbursveit.
Já. Já. Ég já. Já. Ég já.
Já, ég vil. Skip samþykkt. Já.
Já. Ég já. Samþykkt. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Já. Ég vil. Til samþykkt. Já. Hver satt?
Já, ég satt samþykkt. Skipan, ég vil. Tilbúin, satt. Timbursveit.
Já. Já. Ég já. Já. Ég já. Ég samþykkt. Já. Til ég vil. Satt.
Skip, ég vil.
Skipan. Já. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Hver er það? Samþykkt. Fjósamaður.
Tilbúin. Já. Samþykkt.
Hver er það?
Já, ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin.
Já, satt. Fjósamaður.
Já. Já. Satt. Skipan. Ég satt. Hver er já. Satt. Ég satt. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Satt. Já. Já. Ég vil. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Já. Skip samþykkt. Satt. Ég satt. Hver er það? Já. Tilbúin. Já.
Ég vil.
Sjá til að. Já. Hver er það? Samþykkt.
Ég vil.
Skip til að. Já. Já. Satt. Hver til já. Skipan.
I don't think I win this.
Já, ég vil.
Tilbúin. Já.
Maybe with that I do.
Fyrir það. Skip. Já. Til orustuslag. Fyrir það. Já, satt. Já, ég sjá, satt. Ég sjá, ég vil. Já, ég vil. Já, satt. Fyrir til. Já, samþykkt. Ég vil. Já, satt. Ég vil. Já, til samþykkt. Já, ég vil.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Satt.
Já.
Já.
Skipan.
Satt. Fyrir. Já. Já, ég satt. Tilbúin. Já,
I
ég
needed
satt.
trolls.
Já, samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Já. Ég samþykkt.
Ég satt. Já, ég satt. Já, samþykkt.
Til samþykkt. Já, ég samþykkt. Skip.
Já, ég satt. Já, ég vil. Já. Ég satt. Ég vil.
Grjótsveit.
Já, ég satt. Já. Ég satt.
Já. Ég vil. Til já.
Skip. Já.
Timbursveit.
Já, ég vil. Hvað þar? Tilbúin. Samþykkt.
I also didn't have this tech in.
Fyrir það. Já, tilbúin. Ég samþykkt.
Skipa satt. Ég vil. Samþykkt. Satt.
Satt. Ég vil.
Satt. Skipan.
Samþykkt.
Já, samþykkt. Já.
Skip. Já. Atrás. Tilbúin. Samþykkt. Ég satt. Já.
Tilbúin.
Tilbúin.
Já. Timbursveit.
Satt. Já. Satt. Ég vil. Samþykkt.
Skip. Já, ég vil.
Já, ég vil. Skip. Samþykkt.
Já, satt. Já, ég samþykkt. Já,
ég vil. Já, ég vil.
tilbúin.
Já, satt. Já.
I think I can get out of this.
Hver það? Skipa samþykkt satt. Veiðimaður.
Skip. Ég samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Hver ég vil. Tilbúin. Satt. Já.
Já, hver þar?
Samþykkt. Já. Ég vil. Satt. Já. Ég satt. Já. Samþykkt. Ég já. Já, satt.
Já.
Tilbúin. Skip hann.
Til ég vil. Grjótsveit.
Já.
Tilbúin.
Já.
Skip
Já.
hann.
Hver ég vil. Tilbúin. Já. Ég satt. Já. Samþykkt. Hver þar? Til orustu slag.
Skipan.
Til já. Ég vil. Já. Atrás.
Já, grjótsveit.
Já.
Já. Sækið fram.
Hver þar? Satt. Veiðimaður.
Já. Tilbúin. Já. Skipas. Atrás. Hver þar? Til orustu slag.
Skip. Já.
Já. Skip. Tilbúin. Já, samþykkt. Ég satt. Skipan. Já. Samþykkt.
Tilbúin. Ég vil. Satt. Ég satt.
Hver satt?
Tilbúin. Hver þar? Já, já.
Ég satt.
Tilbúin. Grjótsveit.
Já, ég vil. Satt. Já.
Tilbúin. Já, sækið. Já.
Fyrst.
Já, samþykkt. Skip. Sækið fram.
I need to get trolls out before I took any fights. You look at the fight. He's up 600. Look at my resources at that point. That's just bad. Just bad. There's no need for me to fight. I could have just sat there for a little longer, spent my resources. That probably would have been okay. I mean, that game was just me not spending my resources, right? That's all that was. And maybe also a bit of a poor strategic decision. I don't know. I don't think it was that bad. Maybe I could have just ignored the army and gone and raided him. Because if he's throwing axemen on the front, they're not in his base to defend himself. So he has to charge at me with raiding cavalry, and I can just turn around and kill them. Probably would have been the smarter play. El Coronos.
Petros, Schwest,
The Wise.
Skop, Yuji, Mak. Herjos, Yuji, Murek.
I don't particularly want to rush him.
Herskopos,
I don't enjoy those games. Like, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather try and play a game.
Murek. Yuji, Murek. Murek. Yuji, Murek. Murek.
Robot time? Ah, robots versus Norse. It's not terrible. It's not crazy bad, but it's... I don't know.
Murek. Murek. Herjos, Murek, Herjos, Mak, Yuji, Ost, Murek, Eschlost,
Herjos, Eket Diot.
Yuji, Herjos, Murek, Yuji, Herjos, Yuji, Murek, Skopos,
Yuji,
Herjos, Herjos, Skopos, Yuji, Herjos, Yuji, Murek, Eschlost, Skopos, Yuji, Schwest, Herjos, Murek, Skopos, Yuji, Skopos, Murek, Skopos, Herjos, Yuji, Murek, Herjos, Osto. Yuji, Murek, Skopos, Murek, Yuji, Murek.
Skopos, Eket Diot. Burek Diot.
Skopos, Eschloss, Yuji, Skopos, Osto. Murek, Yuji, Murek, Herjos,
Skop, Eket Diot.
Murek, Yuji, Eschloss, Yuji, Murek, Yuji, Mak, Yuji, Ostmak, Eschlost, Herr Yuji, Osto, Skop, Mak, Eschloss, Yuji, Mak, Eschloss, Osto, Yuji, Mak. Herjos, Mos Intum, Yuji, Eschlost, Skopos, Osto, Mak, Yuji, Eschmak, Yuji, Ost, Yuji, Eschlost, Mak, Herjos,
What are we going to do here?
Murek, Eschlost, Skopos. Osto. Herjos. Yuji. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Osto. Herjos. Yuji. Mak. Bure. Eschlost.
Skopos. Eked. Burek. Eked. Schwest.
Skopo. Yuji. Mak. Herjos. Osto.
Schwest.
Bure. Eschlost. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Yuji. Osto. Osto. Yuji.
Osto. Mak. Herjo. Aked. Mos intem.
Burek.
Mak. Yuji. Skopo. Mak. Her. Osto. Eschlost. Yuji. Osto. Mak. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlo. Mak.
Herjos.
Yuji. Yuji.
Skop. Eschl. Mos intem.
Skop Yuji. Yuji. Tilis Moke.
Herjos.
Burek. E Poro Fras.
Yuji.
Mak. Skop Yuji. Mak. Eschlo. Burek.
Yuji.
Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Skop Mak. Yuji. Eschmak. Eschlos.
Yuji. Mak. Volia. Burek. Mos intem.
Skopos.
Osto. Burek. Mak. Yuji. Eschlo. Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Eschmak. Yuji.
Herjos. Mos intem. Yuji. Schwest.
Eschlos. Mak. Yuji. Eschmak.
Skopos. Diat.
Herjos.
Vayen. Burek. Eked.
Yuji. Eschmak. Eschlos. Yuji. Eschlos.
Bureg. Yuji. Her. Eschlost.
Mak. Yuji. Eschlos. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschmak.
Yuji. Osto. Yuji. Mos it. Vayen. Herjos.
Bur. Yuji. Eschlos. Mak. Tilis Moke.
Burek. Skopos. Burek. Herjos.
Skop. Esch. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschlos.
Skopos. Aked. Vayen.
Mak. Yuji. Eschmak. Esch. Yuji. Eschmak. Burek. Yuji. Yuji. Eschlos. E Poro Fras. Mak. Burek. Yuji. Eschmak. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Eschlos. Yuji. Yuji.
Mak. Eschlost.
Mak. E Poro Fras.
Skop. Mos intem.
Bure. Esh. Mos intem.
Burek.
Skopos.
Ost. Ost.
Oh, fuck.
Ost.
Herjos. Osto. Eked. Yuji. Eked. Eked. Burek. Mak. Yuji. Eked. Skopos. Eked.
Eschma. Yuji.
Burek. Tilis Moke.
Burek. Eked. Eked.
Yuji. Aked.
Skopos.
Yuji. Mak. Osto. Schwest.
Yuji. Skopo. Burek. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschlos.
Yuji. Skopos.
Mak. Eschlos. Yuji. Skop. Mak.
Skopos. Vayen.
Eschlos. Yuji.
Herjos. Burek. Mos intem.
Herjo. Mak. Osto. Yumak. Aked. Mos intem.
Mak. Esch. Yuji. Mak.
Bureg. Osto.
Esch. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Esch. Yuji. Eschlos. E Tilis Moke. Mak. Esch. Yuji. Mak. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschmak. Esch. Yuji. Eschmak. Yuji. E Poro. Tilis Moke. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschmak. Yuji. Eschmak. Eschlos. Bur. Yuji. E Yuji. Yuji. Tilis Moke. Mak. Yuji. Esch. Yuji. Yuji. Mak. Esch. Yuji. E Poro. Fras. Eschlos. Tilis Moke. Mak. Esch. Yuji. Yuji. Ma, Yuji. Dilis Moke, e Poro Fras.
Yuji. Eke.
Bure. Dilis Yuji. Ma, Yuji. Ma, Dilis Moke. Yuji. Ma, Yuji. E Poro Fras. Yuji. Ma, Shlos. Yuji. Ma,
Herr Joes.
Bure. Gopo. Yuji. Ma.
Skopos. Yuji. Osto. Mos intel.
Eshmak. Yuzma. Eshmak.
Yuji. Eke.
Skopos.
Yuji.
Herr Joes. Eke. Schwest.
Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Shlos. Yuji. Ma. Shlos. Yuji. Eshmak. Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Burek. Schwest.
Ma. Yuji. Shlos.
Skopos. Schwest.
Bureg. Yuji Mak. Yuji. Eschlost.
Skopos. Yuji. Ma.
Herr Osma. Yuji.
Yuji. Yuji.
Yuji. Eschma. Oso. Yuji. Mak. Schwest.
Shlos.
Skopos. Schwest.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Shlos. Ma. Yuji. Dilis Moke. Ma. Shmak. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Shlos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Shlos.
Burek. Eke. Schwest. Herr Joes. Eke. Schwest.
Ma. Yuji. Shmak. Yuji. Ma.
Kren.
Yuji. Ma. Shlos. Skopos. Yuji. Shmak. Yuji. Shmak. Yuji. Ma. Shlos. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Shlos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Shlos. Ma. Yuji.
Bureji. Eshdiat.
Ma. Shmak. Yuji. Shmak.
Okay.
Yuji. Shmak. Yuji. Shlos. Ma. Yuji. Shlos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma.
I need to make a move out.
Herr Joes.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Shlos.
Eschmak.
Ma. Yuji. Ma. Shlos. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma.
Skopos. Eke diat. Herr Joe. Mak diat.
Yuji. Oso. Eke diat. Skopos. Diat.
Yuji. Ma. Shlos. Ma.
He's probably not here anymore.
Bure. Yuji. Shlos. Ma. Yuji. Shlos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Shmak. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Shlos. Dilis Moke. Ma. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Shlos. Ma. E Poro Fras. Dilis Moke.
Burek. Yuji. Mak. Schwest. Skopos. Burek. Eke. Yuji. Eke.
Bu. Yuji. Diat.
Bure.
Herr Joes.
Mos intel.
Bure. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Bure. Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Skopos. E Poro Fras. Bure. Dilis. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Shlo. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Bure. Ma. Yuji. Shlo. Yuji. E Poro Fras. Skopos. Dilis Moke.
Wait, so you need like Calvadria? You bungled that micro on the first fight? Yeah. I don't think you can really win that fight either. Unless I don't have... Unless I screw up macro. You're kind of like praying if you're going for that fight. Unless I screw up on the macro. How am I in front on eco? Is this because of Prometheus? It's gotta be. It's gotta be because of Prometheus, right? So Prometheus gives, unless he screwed up villager production. Ah, he did. Well, that's disappointing. Don't know what happened here, but I was in front. I was close to in front though before he stopped training villagers. So maybe Prometheus is just really, really good against Norse. Because like normally what would happen is you're just behind on eco and they can kind of just beat you. But if
Burek. Skopos. Uj skopos. Burek. Uj skop. Burek. Uj skop. Uj. Burek.
Burek. Skopos. Uj Burek. Skopos.
Uj.
because the the big thing that I think people don't realize is with a small eco buff onto Atlantean, what that ends up meaning is that the eco upgrades are now doing a tiny bit more as well. Because it's all the eco upgrades are buffing instead of buffing actually let me see what it is. Is it 1.5? Instead of buffing 1.5, it's buffing 1.55. So if we do a quick check on that. And that also includes the Valor as well, right? So 1.55 on the wood goes 1.55 times, what is it? What's 0.10? So you're going to get 0. Wait, that's 10, 15, and 20? Yeah. So 1.55 times 0.15. And then 1.55 times 0.2. So you get, in the end, 1.55 plus 1.55 plus 0.155 plus 0.2325 plus 0.31. So the wood income in the late game is now at 2.2502, which is obviously a little bit more. How much more is it? 1.5 times 0.1. So you get that's really not that much, is it? Still enough. It's still good. It's a lot. Coke Recital says a lot. I think it's a lot. And then you also get the immediate heroized citizens, so they're working harder as well, right? Are they? I think they are. Who asked for this? I asked for it. I think it's good. When did I play the last team game? I don't know. A couple months ago, or like a month ago or something. I was playing. A month ago, I was playing what? I was playing some ranked, like solo ranked adventures.
Gerek.
Are you repair?
Intio.
Okay.
Tile.
A set game, eh?
Gerek. In it new. In wedge. In walk.
And you are you repair?
Antio.
In
In it erect. In you kid. Gerek. In a jog. Intio kid.
I missed one. It's not the end of the world.
UIR.
Oh, over here.
Greenwich.
Rig. Kids. Baya. Inito.
In Greek.
What's that relic?
In which. Rig.
In it erect.
Inito.
You refer. Nu. In I nu.
Ainito.
Okay.
In which.
Greenwich. Gainito.
So what do you do in this matchup? I haven't thought about this at all. Like classical fight?
Are you repair?
Especially on a map like this. Super open, easy to gold stuff. It is Amaterasu though.
Greenwich.
I need to make sure I have priests to deal with his dudes.
Greenwich.
Just check if there's another pig over there. Sometimes they do that.
Gainito.
Gerek. Bea. In wedge. Kid. Bea.
I'm gonna try and build a little box here so he can't just kill me with weasels over and over again. Make sure he has to come in from one side.
Rig. Kid. Ro. Iatawit.
In kid. Bea. Intio. Image erect.
In which. Up. Kids. 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 Inito. Kids. In you are no. Rig. Ro. Iatawit. In which. Kids. Inito. Ro. Iatawit.
Gerek. Irif. Bea.
In which.
Oh shit, I shouldn't have built that priest just yet.
Gainito. You
Oh.
repair. And we UIR.
Should have got the monument out first. That's also going to slow down everything else.
Rig.
Got too much food.
Inito. Baya.
In you Bea.
I'm going to need to build axemen, right?
Ak. Baya.
Let me get another monument in.
Kid. Intio. Kid. Image erect.
No.
Jirak.
Grayo.
In ak. You refer. Kid. Kid.
In refer.
In UER.
And which.
And you. In which.
Great Baya, EU Refayu, no.
Ayur in UIR.
Gireg. Kid. Girl. Into you. Into you.
Dayo. UIR. UIR. Dayo. And Dayo. Ayo. UI. Ayo. Dayo. UIR. Greek.
You refer.
Ayo. Dayo.
And you in the you refer.
UIR. Ayo refer.
Inito, en ak, Ro Iatawit,
Enito.
Image. And you.
UIR.
Into you. A kid.
Greek tayo. Ayo refer. You ayo refer. And which. In Greek and which.
Great EU, no.
In hayo.
Into you.
You ayo refer.
Girl.
Enito and Greek. Tayo refer. And with Enito. Greek. UIR. Enito. Ayo refer. Tayo. Ayo refer. UIR. Tayo refer. Tayo. UIR. Tayo. Ayo refer. And you tayo.
Into you.
UIR.
And girl. Into you. And with.
Greek. Ayo Enito. And with.
That didn't work.
Greek and which. Any ayo.
You
UIR.
into you. Girl. And with. Into you. In the UE girl. In the U. In the UE. In UE. Into you. Into you. Into you. Girl. Image by you.
En with kids,
And we ayo refer. You and I. You ayo refer.
UER. EU refer. ER efter.
Inito, tayo,
Greek. UIR. Tayo. Ayo. You tayo.
And refer.
Into and you. Into you.
Tayo. You ayo tayo. Ayo you ayo tayo. UIR.
Into you. In you. Into you. Garrick. In you. Into you.
I should have ran,
Into you. Into you.
I guess.
At you. And wedge. Ear at you.
en which you refer up,
Jir hayo.
In Garrick. And wedge. Into you. In you. At you. And ear Garrick. And ear at you.
Inito, tayo, kids,
Into you. Into you. EU refer. And into you. Garrick. UER. Into you. At you. You into you. And you into you. You into you. EU into you. EU refer. Garrick. Into you. UER. UER.
Grenito tayo.
And when. EU. In you. UER. Into you. Into you. UER. And when. EU refer. Into you.
Ayo refer.
And when. EU refer.
And with you any ayo refer. Ta you I
You refer. Kid.
And we are kids.
That you repair. You repair.
Image direct.
You recruit Yatawi.
Greek. Inito. You repair.
Break UI kids.
You repair. Dayo. In UIR. Dayo. UIR.
Ini Agnaya in shred.
And ini UIR. Dayo. And you
Break
repair.
Agnaya in shred.
You repair.
Gerek. U-E-I-U.
In
UIR.
UIR.
Into you. Gerek. N-W. U-E. Into you. Into you. You refer.
And which. UIR.
In which
You refer.
Greek. UIR.
In wedge a refer.
Ini to rig. No. Ini Yuri Nanaya in shred.
N-W. Into you. U-E-L. Into you refer. You into you.
And we Greek.
N-W. You refer. Gerek. In U-E-L. Into you refer. In U-E-L. N-W. Into you. Into you. In U-E-L. Gerek. Into you. Into you. N-W. You refer. Into you. Gerek. U-E-L.
In with kids.
In Dayo. UIR.
And you into you.
Break UIR. Pro E kids.
And Dayo.
In you. In U-E-L.
In UIR. Dayo.
And we are at you. Gerek. Into you.
Dayo.
Ini to break up. Pro Yatawi.
Dayo.
And you.
And with you. Dayo. You refer.
Dude, it's so brutal. Ow.
Greek. Dayo. UIR.
INTO.
You refer.
Direct.
Into you. In you are you. They are. You are at you.
In with tie.
In you. U-E-L.
Yeah, this is not the way to play this at all.
Into you refer.
I'm just gonna resign. Whose idea was that? Whose idea? Yeah, it's just too much. It's too much damage. Ugh. The thing is against that I can just go town center. I think that's probably the more simple way to play. But I haven't played that matchup before. But I should just go town center.
準備カーリ
Oh, I'm Amaterasu.
ーカーリー
Shit. I thought I was the other god.
何準備できたよ任せて了はい
準備任せろ。ん検知採掘。
何マキク了解マキク了解はい
I have no idea what I'm doing with this god, by the way.
準備完了。了解。カリ。なんだ行くぞ、カリ。
なんだ何
ん指示は準備完了。了解。はい、採掘。検知採掘。なんだ建築担当。建築担当。木こり。
Okay.
指示ある何準備できたよ任せてカーリ
指示を任せろ、カリ。
何いくれはいマクレオカーリ何はいカーリ任せてカーリ
ん指示は行くぞ。
指示ある何行くね
準備完了。木こり木こり。
何建築カーリ準備をはい任せて行くねはい任せて了解なんだ建築担当採掘
なんだ了解。採掘。
準備できたよ
Maybe I should have gone one more villager. Oh.
何行くね
準備完了。
Is this town center better, maybe? Nope.
指示あるはい
指示ははい任せろ。行くぞ。
何採掘
ん了解。はい任せろ。
なんだ任せて行くね
指示はなんだ行く了解。
指示ある了解はい任せカーリ何建築担当
準備完了。建築担当。
準備で行くはい了解任せて
なんだ建築担当。
何行くはい行く了解はい指示ある任せて何行くね了解カーリなんだカーリ
ん建築担当。
指示は行くぞ。なんだ建築担当。準備。はい行く建築担当。
準備できたよ。
任せろ。準備了解。
何？
建築担当。
指示ある？何？聞こえり。
なんだ係。指示は建築担当。なんだ
指示はい。なんだ何行くね聞こえり。準備了解。指示ある？何なんだま返事何
準備はい
指示はい了解。準備できたよ。
任せ聞こり。指示はい建築担当。
なんだ何聞こえり。指示や何行くね任せてよ。採掘準備的神楽。なんだ行くねはい。
準備完了。行くぞ建築担当。
準備できたよ聞こえり。
ご指示をはい任務遂行。準備完了。
何採掘
任せろ。
何指示ある？建築担当準備できたよ。
指示は行くぞ建準備を任せろ。建築担当。
なんだ了解。任せて。何神楽何建築担当行くねはい任せて。指示やなんだ了解。採掘準備で家畜任せて。何はい
なんだはい聞こり。指示を何でしょう。はい了解。任務遂行向かおう。出発する。
指示やなんだ神楽何建築担当
なんだ行くぞ聞こり。なん了解しました。はい向かおうに向かおう。指示は了解。建築担当。はい了解。任務遂行了解。向かい任務向かおう。
準備できたよ。なんだ
了解。任務遂行。
何指示や行くね了
準備完了。はい了解。建築担当なんです。向かおう。ご指示を了解しました。任務に従います。了解。
準備的任せ建築担当
に出発する。了解しました。向かおう。何で出発任務遂行。準備はい了解。
なんだはい建築担当何行くね家畜
任務遂行。向かおう。了解しました。
何建築担当
了解。任務遂行なんでしょう。はい。
Fuck.
ご指示なんです。任務遂了解。 はい。了解。準備完了。了解しました。はい。了解。出発する。向かう。出発する。戦闘開始。はい。はい。向かう。前進。任務遂行。了解。任務遂行。向かう。了解。なんだ。建築担当出発準備完了出発するはい木こり指示は了解建築担当
指示任せて
なんだ建築担当了解しましたはい了解任務に従います任務遂行向かうはい
準備できた行くね採掘
指示を了解
はい任せ採掘
出発準備完了向かう任務に従います指示をはい了解採掘準備完了任務遂行なんで出発する了解任務出発する了解
なんだ
任せろ家畜了解指示は行くぞ建築担当建築こり任務了解しましたはい出発する向かう任務遂行はい向かう指示を了解出発する指示攻撃準備完了了解しました何でしょうはい向かうはい進めはい出発する了解しました準備に向かう了解はい了解しました出発するはい任務遂行出発する指示は了解向かう任務に従いますはい何でしょう戦闘開始準備完了進め任務遂行はい出発向かうなんだはい建築担当
行くたまいます
了解しましたはい出発する準備建築なんです指示を了解
今私が参ります
準備
Mid temple.
準備完了
任せる用意はできておる名誉家業はわしがやる出るぞ
何
任せろ聞こえでしょ
何事じゃ用意用意何事用意はできておるそこへ行く
なんだ了解任せるかり
わしに任せる
指示ははい任せろ建築担当
指示あるはい行くね何
指示を申せわし戦のここぞ
はい任せて行くね
指示準備完了
よし
なんだ指示ある了解
なんだ行くぞ採掘指示は
地区
用意はできておる出るぞわしがやる戦だ出るぞ行くぞ突撃だ
何です
任務に従い出発攻撃進め突撃はいはい命令行くぞなんだ任せろ建築担当
何事じゃ
何準備完了指示を
Go Amaterasu! The hunt upgrade? Yeah, my feeling is it's just too expensive. I didn't really spend the favor or anything, but my feeling is it's just too expensive. So maybe it just needs to come down. I need to get something to eat. That was a fun game. I liked that there was no earth wall here. He sort of wasted his lightning weapons, unfortunately, but I think he used it to get his ballet up. He was scared. But I didn't have any heroes for the Taltier. I don't know why he went. I think he went for the Tal. I think he went for this god because he wanted the upgrade for his archers against the samurai, but you don't need it. Can Chiquitanto? I don't know, man. Let me quickly grab some food and we'll maybe we'll watch a game. I'll be right back. All right, let me get a game up. We have Sat Fat playing Doo-Doo in the set mirror. Skonto playing PJC. Anything worth watching here? Ethereal versus Nick. I guess this one might be interesting. We can see how Odin goes. You should see if there's another mini Yeti game to. Yeah, he's very fun to watch. Your idea was to gold starve, but I was on the other gold mine. I was on the gold mine on the other side of the map. The 0.5 gold isn't enough to make anything. If you pushed me off the gold, I would have lost. But I don't know if you could have pushed me off the gold while going town center. So I would have gone market for a bit and maybe fought back. Alright. I am waiting on my toast. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna eat some toast, probably with some honey and some butter on it. Alrighty, we got ourselves a little gimme game. I got myself some toast. Living the dream. Echoing? No. Let's skip a little bit.
Skopos, Burek.
This matchup pretty good now, or what? What's going on? Alrighty. Sorry about that, guys. Had to get myself some chippies. So, I guess this is where we find out what's really going on. Let's look from Skonto's perspective, because this is probably the matchup that requires maybe a little bit more knowledge. The side of the matchup that requires a little bit more knowledge.
Yuji?
You've never seen me wear socks? Well, let's keep the tradition alive. These sorts of raids are very rarely a good idea. Super rare against Norse to get value out of these. Like, get the villager kill and walk away without losing a bunch of dudes. So you got to be really careful. The one way you can do a raid is with hero Murmillos and the Caladria. So you Caladria wander off with your units, and if you want to say raid this, you sneak in there. That's one way to do it. Now, as Gaia, you really don't want to be pushing forward at all into the Odin player. Let the Odin player come to you. At least early on. At least until you get yourself your ball of doom, as I like to call it. Once that ball of doom comes online, then things start changing for you in terms of your ability to run around the map and do some things. If you're eating hunt, you should be happy. If you're able to defend that, you should be happy. Upgrade wise, these are nice upgrades. Farms.
Burek.
Car baluster. Socks are overrated. What do you mean by that? Surely you wear socks to play sport in, right? I would never go... Oh, you actually have the armor upgrades. I don't know. I'd probably scout this out and see what's going on first. Like, making this movement is incredibly risky. Also, where's Red's army? He could be attacking you. No idea what's going on. Well, an absolutely huge raid. Looks like he was just up on the top here. This is good. So long as he's busy attacking the Carnivora, you should win this fight. You don't want to lose the Caladria though. They should be healing. He converted villagers to berserks here. So you just take this as a win, go turtle up in your base, wait like 5 minutes, or not even 5 minutes, like wait a couple of minutes, and then you push back out again. No, it's good. You should have won that fight. He just converted villagers to berserks. So now you just have to play a waiting game for... Like, you just have to wait on your income. You shouldn't be here. This can lose you the game because you're wasting gold. Like, if you win, obviously you win, right? But you shouldn't be here because you just lost the fight, and he should have a lot more military than you. But it ends up working out, so no worries. John. It's got nothing to do with the upgrades, is it? What's Red got upgrade-wise? No armory upgrades. Just line upgrades. Every time Gaia gets mentioned, John is here. I don't know, he likes Gaia. You should be a Gaia main. I need more water. I will be right back, and then we're going to go play some more games. So heroic age coming in. That's a nice little choice there. No way you can punish it. I like Lord of the Horses, but also still building Contarius. You don't need to wait for it. You just build them. Not a problem. You can send the Stimpf Bird in to kill off villagers and things. This thing's really good. I'm gonna speed up. See you the next fight. How do I have the old Gaia? That's not me, that's Skonto. But you get it from the premium edition. Or you can buy it for $5 or whatever they're selling it for nowadays. Okay. What are you doing with these Caraballas? I don't know if this is like... Is this even a good fight for you? Carnivora? Guess so. He had a really nice position here, but... You just have more stuff than he does. But even so, still no Carnivora. I would have absolutely dominated the fight for you. Hey, GG. Well, neither player was microing, John. Neither player was microing. Well, you can change your god arts in here. So, for example, this guy. Or... Wait, which one is it? Over here. How do you... Oh, here. You can change this. Wait. Yeah. Odin does need to micro, John. Did you not watch the game? The Carnivora was placed on the Thrown Axeman. The Thrown Axeman did not auto-attack the Murmillo. And therefore, the Gaia player won that fight. Sorry, mate. Micro very important in this game. Very, very, very important. No one want to play? Is everyone playing ranked? Not really. We'll see if... Oh, maybe we can play a team game. Was anybody in for team games? Or Golden Royal? Yeah, come play. Golden Royal, get in here. Come play me. Or John. I don't care. This guy'll do. I'm going to watch the Set versus Freya game. No. Kronos versus Uranus. I've lost this matchup before very, very badly.
Herr Joe's Schwest.
What did I learn from it? Come on, player.
Bureg.
Fucking work. What happened? It was a long time ago. I got absolutely dominated.
Skopos. Hedjos. Yuji.
I think I got dominated because I made Mermillo. So let's not make any Mermillo this game.
Bureg.
Good luck, good luck.
Yuji. Bureg. Hedjos. Bushkopos. Hedjos. Yushkopos. Buyuji. Hedgeskopos. Hedjos. Buyuji. Hedgeskopos. Buyuji. Bureg. Yuji.
Well, his bow is nice because that'll be good again for my Terma. If we go into Terma Wars.
Skopo. Diot.
Hedjos. Yuji. Hedgeskopos. Osto.
What's this one? Gambantine Odin's one. Does that matter? I don't think so.
Bureg.
It's definitely not a priority.
Bureg. Hedjos. Bureg. Hedjos. 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 Osto.
Problem mostly in this matchup is Shockwave, right? Shockwave and Carnivora. I can play around Carnivora with good heroes. Like, I'm going to make Caraballister and they're all going to get turned into heroes so they don't die. Every time I build one. Depending on what he's doing, obviously. I think I just open... I think I just open whatchamajigits. Terma.
Herr Joe's. Diot. Diot.
The other thing is, there's not really anything I'm worried about here. I mean, I can go for like some early pressure or something like that, but is there really any point? What is he gonna? He's just gonna get a Caladria out, and I can't do anything with it. Right, yeah, there's no point. We just keep the Prometheans safe. Call it a day. Let's come over here.
Yuji.
Bureg. Skopo. Herr Joe. Mos intem.
Bureg. Eschlost. Mak.
1,
Yuji.
2.
Osto.
What's this one? I
Hedjos.
want that. I need to know what he's doing.
Bureg. Mos intem.
Yuji. Eschlost. Osto.
I don't need that one.
Yuji. Yuji.
Do I drop a economic guild and make... I don't think so. No economic guild. Just make units and survive.
Bureg. Mak. Osto. Eschlost. Yuji. Hedjo. Osto.
It's a fast advance from him. Let's get a house over here.
Most intem.
Time shift that there, and then we're going to be able to do double counter barracks and get our stuff going here. My gold mine's going to be a little bit exposed, but I can always time shift these back.
Yuji. Skopos. Eschlost.
Bureg. Eked. Skopos. Eked. Yuji. Eked. Most intem. Herjo. Eked. Most intem.
Bureg. Mak. Bureg. Yuji. Yuji. Eschlost. Mak. Skopos. Yuji. Bureg. Ma is lost. Yuji, ma. Yuji is Yuji. Yuji ma is lost. Ma is ma. Yuji is lost. Bure.
Skopos.
Ma. Bure. Yuji. Yuji ma is Yuji. Ma is ma. Yuji. Bure. Ma is lost. Ma Yuji is ma. Yuji is ma. Yuji is ma. Yuji is lost. Yuji is lost. Yuji is ma. E poro fras. Yuji is lost. Yuji ma. Yuji. Go ma. Yuji is lost.
Schmack, Herr Yuji.
Yuji.
Bure Yuji.
Bureg. Os Schlost.
Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Bureg. Ma. Skopos. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Ma.
Let's just make all these guys heroes so that I can kill off the Caladria, because that's going to be the thing that's the most frustrating.
Bureg. Yuji. Ma.
Skake. Mos intem.
Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Bur. Schloss.
Herr Joe. Oster.
Yuji. Ma. Dilis mo Yuji ma Schloss. Ma. Yuji ma Schloss. Yuji ma Yuji ma Yuji ma Yuji Schloss. Yuji ma Yuji ma Schloss. Yuji ma Yuji ma Yuji Schloss. Yuji. Skopos ma Schloss. Yuji Schloss. E poro fras ma Yuji ma Yuji. Yuji ma Yuji ma Yuji ma Yuji. Burek Schloss. Skopos ma Yuji. Skopo Burek Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Burek. Yuji. Schloss. Burek. Yuji.
Skopos. Yuji.
Yuji. Schmack. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Burek. Schloss. Yuji. Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Schloss.
Yuji. Ake. Diot.
Burek. Yuji.
Yuji. Mos
Burek.
intem.
Skopos. Yuji. Schloss. Mak. Burek. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Dilis moke. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schmack. Yuji. E poro fras. Schmack. Yuji. Schmack. Yuji. Mak. Yuji. Schmack. Yuji. Yuji. Schmack. Yuji. Schmack. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Schmack. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Bu. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji.
Herr Jacket. Mos intem.
Burek. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Burek. Yuji. Ma.
Yuji. Eke. Mos Inter.
Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma.
Yuji.
Skopos. Oso. Schwest.
Skopos. Mos intem.
Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Ma.
Okay.
Yuji. Schmack. Burek. Yuji. Schmack. Yuji. Skopos. E poro fras. Ma. Burek.
Oops, that was meant to be on the car ballista, wasn't it? Did I build the car? I did. It's fine.
Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Dilis moke. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Bu. Ake.
Burek. Schmack. Schloss. Yuji. Schloss.
Herr Ake. Schwest.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schmack. Yuji. E poro fras. Schmack. Yuji. Schmack. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Schmack. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Schmack. Yuji. Schmack. Skop. Yuji. Burek. Schmack. Yuji. Schmack. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss.
Skop. Ake. Mos intem.
Herr Jos. Esch Diat.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Schloss. Burek. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Schloss. Ma. Yuji.
Yuji. Ake. Diot.
Skopos. Yuji. Schloss. Burek. Ma. Yuji. E poro fras. Schloss. Yuji. E poro fras. Ma schloss. Yuji. Yuji. E poro fras. Esma. Vile smoke. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. E poro fras. Yuji. Esma. Schloss. Yuji. Ma schloss.
Herr Osto. Eket.
Yuji. West. Burek. Most Eket. Herjomak. West.
Yuji. Yuji. Esma.
Well, that's working well.
Yuji. Esma.
Skopos.
Burek. West. Yuji. Also Eked. Eked.
Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Schloss. Ma Yuji. Schloss. Ma Yuji. Schloss. Skopos.
Eket.
Burek. Ma Yuji. Esma.
Yuji.
Burek.
Herjo. Mak. Schwest.
Herjos.
Skopos.
I have 3 there. These guys here.
Esma. Yuji.
I think we just get more units out.
Yuji. Schloss. Ma Yuji. Skopos. Burek. Schloss. Yuji. Ma Schloss.
What if there's a world that... oh,
Yuji. Ma Yuji. Ma Schloss. Yuji. Esma. 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 Yuji.
nah, I think we grab the town center. We just go mass units. And
Eket. Schwest.
wait for him to make a move.
Schloss.
Burek. Yuji. Diot.
I mean, I can do this.
Ma.
This is probably worth doing. Okay, he's going there.
Yuji. Ma. Burek. Yuji.
Chaos!
Ma. Yuji.
Shockwave!
Schloss.
Carnivora!
Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Ma. Yuji. Esma. Esma. Schloss. Yuji. Gilles Moke. Esma. Esma. Yuji. Skopos. Schloss.
Yuji. Osmak. Schwest.
Burek. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. E poro fras.
Yuji. Osto. Diot.
Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Ma. Schloss. Yuji. Yuji. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Herj. Eket.
Yuji.
Burek. Esh. Diot.
Skopos. Ma. Schloss.
Skopos. Diot.
Yuji. Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Schloss.
Burek. Diot.
Yeah, if we could just
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji.
get to the next stage, that would be awesome.
Herjos. Osto. Schwest. Schwest.
Skopos.
Then I can
Schloss.
chaos.
Schloss. Most intim.
Okay, now do that.
Bumak. Schloss.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Schloss.
Yuji. Yuji. Schwest.
Yuji. Eked. 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 Burek.
I think what I need here
Burek.
isn't actually this. It's going to be
Yuji. Eked.
this.
Ma. Schloss.
Because I can go into a mass
Go
say
okay,
tier here
most
with all this
intim.
favor.
Yuji. Ma. Schloss.
Osto. Schwest.
This.
Ma. Yuji.
I just need...
Yuji.
Mos intem. Skopos. Mos intem.
I might even get one more
Herjos.
temple.
Eked.
Ma. Esma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma.
Give me
Yuji.
my time.
Yuji. Schloss. Skopo.
Osto. Burek.
Skop. Yuji. Burek. Skop. Ma. Yuji. Schloss. Yuji.
Sacrifice!
Burek.
Herjos. Also Schwest.
Yuji. Schwest. Herjos. Eschlost. Yuji. Skop. Eschlost. Schwest. Schwest.
Skopos. Yuji. Schloss. Most intim.
Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Yuji. Ma. Yuji.
Schloss.
Esma. Yuji.
Use Schloss.
Herr Mos Intem.
I have so much favor.
Mark.
I can just deconstruct that. I got time. I got time.
Los. Dilis moke. Ma use ma ish ma use ma ish ma use ma ish los. Skopos. Use ma ish ma. Burek.
Burek Mos Intem.
Okay. After this, you guys come back with this. Get all my upgrades in.
Yuji. Ish los.
Okay. Now I'm feeling good.
Ma ish los. Ma. Yuji.
Wow.
Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Ish los. Yuji. E poro class. Ma Yuji. Yuji. Ma Yuji. Ish los. Yuji.
Do we not win?
Yuji.
Is Uranus that broken?
Ma Yuji. Yuji. Ma ish ma Yuji.
Jesus Christ.
Skopos. Yuji. Ish los. Burek. Dilis moke.
I just thought I was going to win there.
Also, Eke, Yuji, Mak, Mos Intem. Burek. Also, Shves Yuji. Burek, Mashko, Eschlost.
Yuji.
Use Mos Eschlost.
Ish ma.
Skopos. Osto.
Ish los. Use ma ish los. Yuji.
Yuji. Ma. Aked.
Use ma ish ma. Use ish los. Ma ish los. Use ma.
Eschloss, Mark, use Eschmark,
Alright, well.
Eschmark.
Herjo, Eked, Skopo, Eked.
Herr Aked. Aked. Aked.
Burek, Eked.
Bu Eschlomak, Yuji, Erdos, Mark, Eschloss.
Ish los.
Yuji, Mark, use Mark, Eschlo, Yuji, Mark. Eschlo, Yuji, Eschmark.
Herjo. Yuji. Aked.
Herjos,
Bur. Aked. Skop. Aked.
I'll try build an army then.
Use ish los.
Maybe I get a castle up over here.
Herjos, Eked.
Herr Aked.
Burek. Skopos,
Yuji. Aked. Mak.
Ma ish use ma. Ma. Yuji.
Burek, Eked. Bukat.
Am I just going to get...
Ost. Yuji. Mak. Shves. 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 Shves.
Skopos.
I think I might just be getting
Burek.
another
Aked.
chaos.
Diot.
It's okay.
Ma. Ish use ma. Use ish ma. Use ma. Ish los. Burek. Yuji. Ma. Yuji. Ish los.
Yuji, Maos Bukat. Eked.
Herjos. Skopo. Yuji. Skop. Mo. Eschlost.
Skopos.
Burek, use Eschmark. Yuji,
Burek. Yuji. Burek. Ma. Skopos.
Erdos, Mark, Eschmark. Yuji, Eschmark, Eschlo, use Eschmark. Yuji,
Burek. Yuji.
Herr Aked. Bukat.
Burek. Ish los. Yuji. Skopos. Ma. Yuji. Yuji.
Skopos,
Herjos. Mos Intem. Yuji. Aked. Diot.
Skopos. Yuji. Ish ma. Skopos. Yuji. Ish los. Yuji. Ma. Ish los. Skopos. Ma. Burek. Skopos. Ish los.
What unit am I supposed to be building here? I guess I should get these guys.
Ish ma. Ish use ma. Ish use ma. Ish use ish ma. Yuji.
Burek, Diat. Herjo, use Diat. Yuji, Eked.
Ish ma. Use ish ma. Use ish ma.
Skopos, Vayen, Burek, Vayen.
Skop. Mak. Mos. Shvest.
Use a schloss.
Yuji eke bukat.
Ma use a schloss. Ma. Use a schloss. Yuji ma kopos a schloss. Ma use a smoke a schloss. Ma Yuji. Use ma.
But you didn't finish?
Diot.
Did I really not hold shift?
Yuji.
Maybe I didn't.
Yuji. Ma Yuji ma. Yuji. Ma Yuji. A schloss. Yubure.
I should get that tick as well.
Perjos. Diat. Skopos. Diat.
Bure. Ma Yuji. Eshma. Yuji. Ma schloss. Ma Yuji. Eshma. A schloss. Use ma. Yuji. Ma Yuji. Schloss. Ma Yuji. Schloss. Ma Schloss.
Bure.
Pur
Eke.
eke Jos.
Also. Eschlos di diat.
Bure. Skop Yuji. Eshma.
I don't want to go Mythic Age. How much longer on this? 54 seconds.
A schloss. Ma. A schloss.
Let's fight.
Yuji. Skopo. Gilles mo. E poro fra. Yuji. Bure. Yuji. Eshma. Eshma. A schloss. Yuji.
Yuji. Eke.
Yuji eke bukat. Eke bukat.
Yuji. Gilles mo ke. Yuji. Bure. E poro fra. Yuji. Schloss. Skopos. Yuji.
Surely my army does something here, no?
Bure.
I think we're winning.
Skopo. Eke bukat.
Skopos. Yuji. Skopos. Gilles mo ke. Bure. Ma. Skopos. Yuji. Yuji. Bure. Skopos. Yuji.
Okay.
Skopos.
We got through. We broke through. GG. Oh. This matchup. Too hard. I thought I had him after I won the first little thing. I like the opening. The opening makes sense. Opening with like Terma and Carabalister, and like you just heroize the Carabalister as you come into the Valors. So you can play around Carnivora. That worked well. But then what? I think I shouldn't go for the Talent Center. I should just go Heroic Age faster. It's probably the better call. But I'm also I just know that playing versus Uranos is just going to get to be pretty silly pretty quick. So may as well just make sure we don't lose the game by economy. Shall we play another one? How to manage study while watching my daily streams. You put the stream up, right? And you allow yourself little mini breaks. So you put the streamer on your screen, like off onto the side. And then you leave it there. You leave it playing, but you mute it, and you study away. And then every 5 minutes, you get to unmute for 3 minutes. 5 minutes study, 3 minute watch. That's the way. How's the Amaterasu mirror supposed to play out? Yeah, mass archers. That's the way to go. Has everyone been doing mass samurai? They don't know what they're doing. You want a Frere game? But I played Frere the other day. My random god made me play Frere against a poor Uranus player. Could you talk a little bit about how you set up your control groups next match? How do you set up your control groups? So I use one for my military building. I actually don't use them anymore. I don't really use 1 and 2 for my military buildings, do I? I'm more using select all military building hotkeys. But there's still a little bit of it, depending on what's going on. But 3 is my hometown center, and then 4 is like fortresses. I don't think I use building hotkeys anymore. Maybe I'll drop them onto the control groups if I want specific buildings to be training. Yeah, I think because retail changed, like all the hotkeys, the available hotkeys, let's watch this game and see what we can give Hagrid some ideas. Yeah, it changed all my hotkeys, and I'm not bothered to do anything now. Do I ever see myself going pro? Like pro gamer? I would say that right now I'm a professional streamer. Is that not pro? Ha! I don't think I'm ever going to be like a pro gamer, no. I don't have that. I do have the competitiveness in me, but I don't have the drive anymore for that. All right. So I reckon you have to think about what your map looks like and whether or not you can defend against weasels. So if you have a wood line like this and a gold mine like this, all of a sudden I'm thinking, okay, if I build a temple here and I build a couple of houses here, the weasel can't come through that way. I can wall this off and I can build some stuff over this way. And if I can link up my wood line to my town center, and the weasels are completely shut down, right? And then I can do whatever the fuck I want in my main base, and I can start thinking about a secondary base. But let's have a little look-see. As soon as you see him going Mina Katatomi, you have to start thinking differently, I guess. The suicide weasels. They suicide. I like this idea from old mate. Ah, that's your mistake. You're building Naginata riders. What are you doing? What are you doing? Never ever build anything but samurai. That's what we learned. Because you're just slowing down your Bushido. Remember, Rappel says we don't go to the heroic age because why would you go heroic age when you can just build more samurai? Right, but who's coming out in front here? The person on 2 TC getting 0 Bushido, or the guy on 1 TC making samurai and getting Bushido? Who comes out in front? That's actually an interesting question. Maybe the player on 2 TC comes out in front. you get medium, you get heavy. Can they just buy that stuff? They have to get to the heroic age and buy heavy. That's what they need to be able to beat your dudes. Because at the point where you get to enough samurai, you can literally just walk through this. You guys are like back right up. I mean, that's what we saw in the tournament. And fighting here actually helps him out. You can see now he's catching up. So yeah, maybe you just go and drop a second town center yourself, but just make samurai. Even if you're like behind by 5 villages, it's just better for you. I guess this is why Matador, when Minakata told me that one game and then got destroyed. Yeah, you just attack with these guys. Just stop him from doing anything with his villagers. You just wait until you have a massive samurai and you have heavy, and then you just go and kill him. Because you'll be at heavy and he'll be at not heavy. Can you put the shield on Ghoul and Bursty? I think so. You can put it on anything. It just doesn't heal it. Unless it would heal the looks like it would heal the Ghoul and Bursty. Nidhogg, Shogun, Son of Osiris, Titan, or Yinglong. So you can use it on the Titan as well. Oh, that's OP. Amaterasu's busted. Devs fixed the game. You can use the Solar Shield on the Titan. I don't actually know how busted that is. It might not be busted at all. I need to see now. Because it's only like, what, 1200 HP, 1500 HP? What? It says I can use... Oh, this is bullshit. Except resources and Titans. Well, devs don't need to fix anything. Upset. How's that fair? I wanted the devs to have to fix it. Alright. What are we gonna do? Does Shogun with the shield kill the Titan? It might kill the Titan by itself. I don't think the Samurai would be that big of a help. But like, Bellerophon kills the Titan by itself. We could watch Firefox versus Matador. Go on, let's class some games. Getting a little tired. That's okay. Who has the best Titan? It depends on your unique upgrades, your mythic upgrades. Alrighty, so we've got ourselves in the bottom of the map. We've got Firefox again playing the Noir. And in the top of the map, we have Matador playing as Amaterasu. Ivory Netsuke Titan. That sounds disgusting. Surely it doesn't affect... No, surely it doesn't affect the Titan. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Surely not. It affects the Titan. That's crazy. That's insane. All right, maybe we'll see a Titan Rush. Titan Rush with Susanoo. Disgusting. Ivory Netsuke Titan just running around giving infinite gold. How much gold do you want, the devs say? Have it. That's wild. How do you play around that? You can't. You just have to say, well, have the gold, I guess. Yeah, 2 TC fast type. Minakata Tomi. Shrine. Double shrine. Fuck it, triple shrine. Into fast Titan. That's the new meta. With Susanoo. And you also get the extra divine damage on the Titan as well, because that's going to help. I'm still hungry. I'm sorry, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna cast this game, and I also want to eat. I'm usually gone. So here's my thought process. I reckon Amaterasu in this matchup should go against China specifically. Should go Minakata Tomi. I don't think you should go for the Weasel against China. Mostly because, well, Fushi's got the Najar, which shuts it down pretty hard. He's got more speed than the thing and kills it pretty quickly. The other two gods have got how to, and that basically prevents you from doing anything. The problem with Tsukuyomi is he doesn't have the defensive god power. Will we see our Japanese man or lady going Minakata Tomi here? No. Back hunt, all 4 gold though. Oh, he's rushing. He is unironically rushing here. He is flipping the script. Ice Fox. He says no. You may not. Is he gonna tower it? The Cheongchi's coming in. Does he actually tower it? If he towers it, the villagers can just walk over here and kill it. Like, as soon as the tower comes up, you just take the villagers over and you just kill it. And then you can just use Solar Shield on the low HP villager. And this rush does nothing. Nearly nothing. This, like... Yeah, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to get it. You just attack. I don't think this makes any sense. It gets the town center. So it's the old school tower rush is back. Swampland and Gust? Actually, you know, you might be right. Swampland Gust. New Moon on the I guess you could put on the temple, but probably more on the towers would be an easy way to defend yourself. No need to even go for the second town center. Why not just go one town center and full rush? I don't think it'll be faster. I think it'll be faster to go 2 TC, but you don't get spread thin. He's going for his town center on the left. This is kind of wild. I'm surprised he didn't just walk over here and kill the thing, but I guess he doesn't care. And you get so much value out of these Cheongchis, or out of the, like, the free myth units as China because of Earthwall. Okay, Goshimboku looking for a little bit of an attack. But I mean, what's he going to attack? Just bring the guy back and kill off the building. I don't know. Matador will work it out. He'll have his town center up. He's getting himself his upgrade for his weasels. Gonna try and break through over here. It takes a long time for this to go down, and there's a pioneer over here already. And you can just walk over and repair it as well. What's the best way for me to improve at the game? Mostly, I mean, the best way is to watch recorded games and play. So you look at recorded games, see what people are doing, you try and copy it in your own games. Matador needs like a hero out here. He's really, really far behind. Look at that difference. Oh my god, it's 34 to 24. It's crazy. Okay, Chongqi with the slaps. I guess the Kamoitachi can come over here and finish it off. So no more problems there. I think if Firefox just went aggressive here in the with like a classical age army, I think he unironically would have just won the game outright here, or at least forced like the villagers to come over here and shank this. Okay, Razorwind, Kamaitachi on the way. I mean, he's gonna lose these, right? If he just runs like that. But they come back from the tree. Charge! Is he gonna get a kill? No. Oh, he's over here. He's gonna be so disappointed. I think you just sack in onto this though. Yeah, any kills is a good kill at the moment for these Kamoitachi. Couldn't get the special off. Split off. Kill this. As soon as he gets the extra solar shield in. I think that's what he's waiting for. Swing around this way. Pick up some villagers. Come over here. Kill those. These guys, though, are going to get some good value here. The wall's not up just yet for Matador. That's problematic. There's another Kamoitachi is out. This villager will go down, and the gold is going to be under attack. Meanwhile, over here, however, villager's having a little bit of problems. He does have the thing, but yeah, with the solar shield, it's sad days for those villagers, so he has to pull away. Behind this, we're going to see a heroic age, obviously, from Firefox. He's managed to push off this gold. Matador's got 0 gold income. At any point, he can just come over and clean that up. So he does have that 3,000 gold there, but he's just not going for it. Like, for example, he could send the Kamoitachi into tank at the military camp, and then the villagers as well to shank it down. Because these guys are doing 4x, so it's 6x4. Versus this thing. 6, 12, 24 damage. And then you take 50%. Now you take 40%. Trying to sneak. Oh, he's got another gold mine over here. I guess he doesn't need to worry about it. But Gormang is on the way, and Firefox is going to be finding himself getting very set up in this game. And the question really is going to be, can Matador stabilize, win a late game? He's picked off a lot of villages, so he's kind of close on the vill count. Trying to break into the main base again. If he grabs... Does that tech there give range as well? It does, doesn't it? That one does, but what about this one? Yeah, this one gives range as well. If he gives that other one, I think these towers can actually attack this spot. Over to repair. There he goes. Is it going to be enough? Answer. No. Oh. Very low HP Kamotachi can get solar shielded, but doesn't need to. Charging into the main base, just looking for any amount of damage. But you could just bail from here and go over onto the right if you want. And now with the tower upgrade, he's just take it down. You just can't even kill the walls with these towers. I mean, you can kill a couple of them. You can't kill the walls without taking damage, that is. Anyways, the ballet is now up. A couple of White Horse Cav to come through. And we'll see if Firefox is going to decide to go to the Mythic Age here or not. You like this map? I like this map as well. I think it's cool. These town centers with not very much on it, but like very nice and defensive positions and stuff like that. Now Matador's got himself that Bushido tier 2. Is he trying to go next stage? He is going through Raijin, so he'll have those Raiju if he wants, or obviously the Thunderburst. It's now Heroic Agent, so he can actually use some God Powers. There's no offensive God Powers available for the new war, so I mean, Firefox is going to be a little bit more careful here, but losing the Temple's not going to be ideal. Means no more Myth Unit spammage, but equally there's not that much favor coming through at the moment for Matador. He needs a couple more Miko out if he wants. And we will see an attempt to get to the next stage. There's not very many villages on gold at the moment for Firefox, but he wants to get to the Mythic Age. Pushing this position seems just that little bit tricky, and Matador is effectively forced to play a very defensive game here. The Firefox is really managing to force his way through here with some very, very nice with a very, very nice game plan. But Matador has a little bit of time here to make something happen. We'll see if he can get his units out, spend his resources, make all the good stuff happen. Gong Gong is now on the way. The villagers over here, they can easily run through that wall, but will the Cav get in here? One down. The thing is, Matador is just constantly getting alarm bells from this military camp. Literally constantly getting alarm bells. He's finally coming over to deal with it. After how long? And yeah, it can't shoot it at its base. I don't know why it didn't just come over and kill it. You don't even need the solar shield. He's just tried. He's given so much value over to Firefox with that open. I don't even think it does anything. Samurai coming over here to defend against these White Horse Cavalry. There are enough Samurai here to hold. And you don't want to be giving any Bushido over. But Gong Gong coming. And a bit of a Great Flood on this position could be pretty brutal. Wouldn't mind seeing Firefox setting up a ballet over here. Drop Forest Protection, Great Flood this, or attack this, and then Great Flood into his ballet with the Forest Protection. That would be brutal. There's now Takami Kazuchi is on the way. And the army of Firefox will defend that little position there. And we will, yeah, we'll see. He's a little bit behind on the Mythic Age, but he will be able to get there. The question is, what sort of a comp is he going to go for? You can't, I don't think you can realistically go Mass Samurai versus New War. And I'm surprised that he's gone this unit comp. Because the answer to this is literally inside of this tower. You just go full tower upgrades, full units, and then you just spam towers. And these samurai will die to that. And then you don't have any real good siege weapons or anything like that to do anything. Did you get any siege upgrades here? No. So there's nothing. You don't get the stronger Oyumi, and you don't get the stronger Omyoji either. This game kind of looks like Rise of Nations, Rise of Legends. I've never heard of that. Age of Mythology came out before Rise of Nations from memory. Or it was close. One of the two. I remember playing both. Rise of Nations was a lot of fun as a kid. Army charging through here. The raids onto the bottom. This is exactly what Matador needs. Some real big economic damage here. Slowing Firefox down. There is the ballet on this side to defend. The dragon uses its little ability. Great Flood comes in, but he garrisons! He dodges the Great Flood! The Flood is not so great, ladies and gentlemen. The Flood is not so great. He drops the Thunderburst, and these samurai now are out and getting damage done. Well, that was a move from Matador. There's the villagers to pull back. Mythic Age is now in. He probably does not need to drop his sword just yet. He's going to be able to hold the castle, kill the Tao Wu. He's still raiding over on this right side as well. Both players hurting on the military after that fight. Villagers falling on the back here. As Matador not paying attention, he's got to garrison those villages and actually deal with this. That's a lot of dead villagers from Matador as he finally garrisons, pulls back. This villager also going to be going down. The samurai's still not heading up there. He's going to lose even more villagers as the villager's moving over onto this position. Some guard houses to come down. Does he have none? He has none. He wants them for the Bushi to deal with those dragons. It's the only unit that he can really use to kill off the dragons. It is plenty good enough, but... Oh, actually, no, he can get this guy as well. Omyoji. Make that guy. It's now... He wants the 10-fist sword first, and then also the sumo training. This gives him an extra little attack after he dies, which is pretty nice. And the army going to be coming back in yet again. There is still this big, fat, divine slash he can use here. He just has to make sure that he prevents the army from just simply running away from it. As the village is falling on this position, Pagoda comes through. Divine slash coming down. And it also hits the dragons. It doesn't kill the dragons, but he gets a huge amount of damage. He takes down all of those Chukonu. As the samurai will end up taking down the back. He gets that champion in. Bushi are queued up into this spot. But the differential in villages is just insane right now. Matador needs to realize this. Drop a third talent center or get a market up and get some economy going. He needs to do something here. He's getting himself those Bushi, but it's going to take a while. He's growing up to Levy Guardhouse soldiers, which will make his Bushi come out a little bit quicker. They do take quite a long time to train. They're at something like 20 seconds. Is that right? Let's have a little look. Spawn. Oh, he's got full pop. As he wanders forward. Tries to dodge the problem units, but not able to do so. It's almost worth it to just delete a couple of samurai so he can get those out. There's the samurai wandering in onto this spot. Ice Fox, Fire Fox is back up to full population here. He decides to, well, Matador decides to just charge forward. He's not really losing any units just yet. Still sitting at full population as the forest protection comes through. The Bushi is now out. Like 16 seconds to train with that upgrade. There's just so much damage coming from these Qinglong here. Too much damage coming from these Qinglong here. Will we see that? He's getting up another castle over here to grab this gold mine. Still no third town center from Firefox, but he's going for it now. The Bushi do manage to come through. Slowly going to start taking out the dragons, but as soon as those Bushi come in, the dragons will simply just retreat back. Banfence, thanks so much for the raid, my friend. Appreciate you. We see Rising Tide coming through, Shaker of the Heaven, Tempestuous Storm. Town center over here coming up, and we do see a machine workshop as well as the axe cart going for the main base here. As Matador continuing to play a very, very defensive game. He's at full upgrades. You have to also remember he is getting in 3.5 gold a second here, which is not nothing. But here's the problem units. The towers are coming in. He doesn't have the upgrades on them yet, but it's going to be a difficult thing to deal with for our Japanese player. Meanwhile, over here, the axe cart's coming in. More towers coming up onto the side. There's so many resources in the bank for Firefox here to get this to happen as well. As the rotation over onto this side does make things a little difficult for Matador to keep defending. He wanders forward, trying to take out those dragons. We'll be able to get some more damage done over onto these ones, but man, it's just, for a player as good as Firefox, these things are just so easy to use. You just sit them back, wait till they have that special ability back up, come forward, use the splash again. Look at the damage onto these guys. Doesn't really do that much to them, really. Maybe it does, I don't know. I can't tell. The Matador for the moment holding. Still trying to take out the dragons with his Bushi, but so difficult. Meanwhile, the town center onto the left for Matador to come up finally. But crossbow towers is coming in. And this is going to be very, very problematic for Matador. Because look at these guys. Right now, you might be like, well, 29.6 pierce damage per second. That's a lot, right? It's about to shoot through the roof because these things do, like, they make the arrows go down by 35%. Or the attack rate down by 35%. So that's a huge boost. I think it goes down to like 0.75 or something. Have a little look see at the damage here. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Excuse me. You're supposed to update. 39.5. 39.5 for a little bit of a. These are the highest DPS ranged unit in the game. It's more than double once you get to this. More than double. The highest DPS range unit in the game. So yeah, this is going to be very, very tricky here for Matador to fight through. Omyoji is probably his best bet here. Omyodor as well. Oh, sorry. Oyumi and Omyoji. We'll get him. So, Asura actually could be an even better call Because these things do a huge amount of crush. If you can get enough of them out, but he doesn't have any favor income. Well, he's got two on favor. And the walls over here going to get broken down. He might even lose them all. This Asura, at the very least, will be able to deal with a little bit of stuff here. The Raiju can come over and assist just a little bit. UXCO. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say the name, but thanks, my dude. Appreciate the kind words. The Oyumi swinging in. But, I mean, does he have enough damage here? Does he have the upgrades? He doesn't have engineers. He's got resources. Not really in. Then again, Firefox is also struggling for resources. He's not at full pop. He's got a lot of gold in the bank. He's making nothing but siege here for the moment. As the Oyumi to push back over here. I mean, can you take these towers? They're 1600 HP. And now, one thing that I have said is that in the late game, while buildings do feel really, really strong, as you got the upgrade as well, he does have him, or he's getting it now. While buildings feel very, very strong in the late game, the siege is good enough to take them down. It feels good enough, but I haven't seen this interaction before, so... Oyumi versus crossbow tower. Or even siege crossbow versus everything else, but I think this town center for Matador will be falling soon as another forest protection right onto the front here. I don't even think he's attacking any of the buildings. He's got 9 Oyumi here. They're just getting damage done onto the enemy army for the moment here. Meanwhile, over onto this side, a couple of axe cars take out the town center as Matador has a lot to be concerned with here. He's got to defend over here. He's got to defend over here. Towers coming up as well for Firefox as he's just going to clean this up. I think this town center is also going to end up falling here. So that's 1 town center versus 3. And Firefox, with all the towers in the world, all the army in the world, I mean, he's going to struggle to break through these guys, I guess. But, I mean, they don't really do that much damage to these. These got 85% crush. About to get engineers, which will help out a little bit. The Asura is a good idea. The Asura will get some big damage done onto those heavy axe carts. Meanwhile, over onto this side, guardhouse is going down. All the other good stuff. But while this is going on, like, I don't know if it's... I don't think it's macro. It's just his economy isn't there. The Oyumi raids... The late game Oyumi raids are in. There's no gold mines left for Firefox at the moment. So there is a little bit of saving grace here for Matador, who has got the tiniest bit of gold left over here to help him break out of this position. The towers will go down quickly to all of this siege. He's going to be able to break through this. Firefox still trying to get onto this gold mine. This game is silly. What is this game? Little cheeky Li Jing in yet again. How much damage has these Oyumi done? Nearly 10k! Hang on. On the other side? Like nothing. How much about this? 3,000. He's done the same damage with his buildings that the Oyumi have done. These things are insane! Wait, what's the other god for Amaterasu? Man, I'm so right. Why would you go Takamikazuchi when you can just go for Okuninushi and make Oyumi? Much better unit. Who needs samurai? Oyumi beat everything. Tower's going down. Town Center can get grabbed back. But Firefox is up to 4 Town Centers. His trade route is very, very average. 64 gold a trip. If Matador can get onto this trade route, it will change everything. It will change absolutely everything here. He's in the middle, grabbing gold. Guardhouse is going in. Trying to get his town center back up with 1 villager. It'll take 2 minutes to go up with that. But does he care? It doesn't matter. He just needs to slowly break in onto this trade route. And then things will be very, very bad for the new R player. Is this Mythic Strike? Clearly Matador watched me playing Mythic Strike with the Japanese the other day, and he's realized, you know what, boy, you're right. These guys are busted. Castle up in the center to grab the rest of this gold mine. Like, these guys counter everything. They counter the tower. They counter the Qinglong. They probably even counter the Tiger Cavalry with some front line. He's just going to push in and take this town center down. I don't think he needs to. He just needs to keep grabbing. He obviously doesn't know that Firefox is struggling for gold here. Why can't Norse Ballaster be like this? They are! Norse Ballaster are exactly like this. Okay, but the problem here is the champion Tiger Cavalry getting onto the Oyumi here means they will die. Quick usage of the Solar Shield. He's got no favor. More Oyumi. He's got 7 in queue. He's got the Asura coming back into his Goshin Boku. He's got his town center back up over here. The wall's over onto this side to break this position. The trade route is now up to 30 trade caravans. Wait, no, he's on the middle gold mine as well, so it's not quite that many. What's he got? 26 trade caravans with the 1 market. The Bushi over here to deal with these dragons yet again. Unfortunately for Matador, he doesn't quite manage to break the town center. He's got to get the walls back up over here. He's almost going to be up to the next level of Bushido. Does this change anything? Obviously, it makes all of his samurai and shinobi stronger. But does it change anything? That's the big question. As the Oyumi will take out the ballet. The trade route is going to be running straight through all of these Oyumi. I mean, what can Firefox do here? I mean, the problem is he's got no gold. If he had full pop, he'd probably just be able to push through this, but he doesn't. And he can't, like, not fight it either, because if he doesn't, then he's going to lose his town center and lose everything. The other problem, though, is a certain someone's got no trade caravans. So there is a little bit of hope here for Firefox in that this gold mine expiring means, well, he's going to have something. And look, he's at Bushido tier 5. He's got himself Hatamoto Samurai. Look at him. They're a menace. The Yati Spearmen are also in, and they've got that regen as well. The town center over here falling. I think Firefox might not. I think Matador might be able to take this game. I don't think Firefox is going to be able to hold on here. He doesn't have the answers to these Oyumi. What's the golden sword? The golden sword is the special ability from Ten Fist Sword. This one here. The village is charging in onto the Oyumi. I mean, he's got guard tower here. But like, look at the damage. He just turn and shoot. You just killed them all. All the traders now dying. And Firefox is out of there. In a game where Firefox is literally on 4-1 town center. And Matador finds out mid-game here that he's been going the wrong major god. He should have been going Okuninushi and getting that big upgrade for his Oyumi, because these things are absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, Firefox in the chat saying, what are these siege weapons, when he's making those bloody water dragons? Jesus. What a game. What a game. I mean, what else could he have done? You have to find a different place to attack, I guess, because those Oyumi are controlling that area. So you got to push in over here, knock all this down. If he'd grabbed this gold mine in the center and held onto it, then I don't think Matador would be able to win here. So there was like a path here to winning this game. And maybe the trade route would have started and he would have been fine as well anyways, if not all the damage had come through. I don't know. That was wild. What a wild ride. GG, well played to Matador. Also, why didn't Matador just walk over and shank down the bloody thing? He just needed to shank down the thing, no? He should just shank down the building. AOM stats, IOS build orders? No. The Soup has build orders. Husk Soup, the YouTube channel. Some 1v1s. Alright, I'll play another game. I'm pretty routed. Maybe I'll play one more game. Just don't show that game to John Arbiter. He'll get too strong, and then he'll be too strong. Do 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. We want Norse. We want Susanoo. Sorry, Toby. J.A. currently writing his 5th rage paragraph about Kyrie game chat to Oh, he just can't work it out. He just can't work it out. I think I might actually just call it there, guys. As much as I want to play some more, I'm just pooped nowadays. I don't think I'm going to be on tomorrow night. I will be on Tuesday. Ooh. Something might be happening on Tuesday. Let me just double check. Nope. I will be on Tuesday. On Wednesday, I'm going to be very late to start. On Thursday, I'm going to be very late to start. On Friday, I'm going to be roughly the regular time, but it'll be about like 1400. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we have Champions League qualifiers 1. So that is the shenanigans we got to look forward to. Anyways, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys probably on Tuesday. Most likely on Tuesday. Bye for now. Bye-bye.